Bună ziua, mă aud? Test 1, 2, 3, ar trebui să ne auzim foarte bine. Test 1, 2, 3, ar trebui să ne auzim foarte bine. Nu? Nu trebuie. Eu aici am doar lista mea.
Așa? Acum te rog.
Acum test 1, 2, 3. Sigur de să ne auzim, sperăm că merge bine.
Bună ziua, mă auzi?
Ar trebui, sperăm, că ne auzi?
Eu vă aud foarte bine, dar nu vă văd.
Super, fain. Microfonul era speranța noastră. Să meargă bine. Octavian, am o întrebare. Crezi că este ok ca să nu ne mai schimbăm între noi, să rămână Alina adjudicator juriu și la gimnaziu, să rămân doar eu prezentator?
Da, e perfect atunci și rămâi. Ok, bun.
Rămân eu doar prezentator, mă descurc de partea asta și voi trei deliberați în libertate.
Sigur.
Super, perfect. Așa vom face atunci. O să fie copii în ordine alfabetică după țări, așa cum mi le-ai trimis în Excel, așa îi vor fi și anunțați. Ei a rămas că o să prezinți tu pe juriu.
Da, prezint eu, o să spun câteva cuvinte la un moment dat.
Câteva cuvinte, da. Perfect, super. În rest mă voi ocupa eu.
Ok.
Super.
Ar fi trebuit să intre și Silvia, dar văd că nu a intrat.
Silvia și mai cum?
Schechter.
Dăm accept dacă vreți. Da, lasă.
Da, a intrat și Silvia. Acum e.
Da?
Cred că Alina Bucșa ar trebui să fie, dacă este al treilea juriu.
Silvia, ne auzi? Ok.
Nu.
Ok, înseamnă că nu a intrat încă.
E de plus, să dau ție? Dar nu știu cum aveți în gură? Da.
Să-i dați puțin unmute și Silviei să vedem dacă ne auzim.
Imediat?
Da.
Gata. Chiar asta voiam să vă scriu acum, că nu puteam să vorbesc. Perfect, mulțumesc mult!
Super.
Aduceți-o pe probă. Thumbnail sau la speaker cu versus? Uite așa, nu? Ce pe evenimentul?
În 10 minute. Da. Da, este de început.
Ești conectat la Facebook? Perfect. Ai și live-ul? Ia să vedem dacă colegilor le place ce o să le punea. Uite dacă le place muzica care le punea.
Cu siguranță. extatici. Angels e fain. Liniștitor. New Age. Doi. Doi.
Auzi?
Da.
Bună, hai să vedem. Tova? Cavaliera? O să vorbești cu masca pusă sau?
Da. Mai.
Silvia, să stai mai în centru un pic.
Bună ziua!
Cine trebuie să stea mai în centru?
Da.
Cum e numele tău de familie?
Șovăială.
Șovăială. Și...
Tova?
Da. Eu mai îți mulțumesc. Poftim?
Te rog să vorbești.
Dragilor, salut! Bună ziua!
Bună, Tova.
Bună! Dan? Cine a răspuns? Octavian.
Altul?
Acum ar trebui să vorbim ca să vorbim unul peste altul.
Vorbește între
Acum.
și urmă eu.
Ok. Da.
Ok. Vorbiți, vă rog, amândoi în același timp ca să putem să ne dăm seama. Să
Vorbim atunci în același timp, ca să vedem dacă să vorbim în același timp. Da, să vorbim împreună.
Salut,
Sigur ar
bună
trebui,
ziua.
bună ziua. Sigur n-ar trebui să fie foarte bine. Și este foarte
Salut,
bine.
Silvia! Ce frumoasă ești!
E bine, mulțumim.
Superbă! Ce superbă s-a făcut. Silvia? Să vin vise? Ah, încă nu.
Shalom, Tova! Mi-e foarte dor de voi.
Silvia, te rog mult de tot, ne dor de tine, nici nu știi cât. Vino pe aici, mâine, poimâine când poți, bine?
Și mie mi-este la fel de dor de voi. O să vin cât de curând pot.
Super, și îi mulțumesc lui Octavian că a avut grijă să fie în legătură cu tine și să pună ochiul să vadă că absolventa noastră e un model pentru noi.
E un ochi format, Tova.
Și îmi mulțumesc, domnului profesor.
Da? Prezinte-te cine ești.
Așteptăm să intrăm live.
Mhm.
Ești ok? Tot ok?
Mhm. Ne-am pus în camera de așteptare acum?
Nu știu.
Nu sunteți în camera de așteptare.
Ok.
Da, văd că deja au început să intre. Da. Ce e foarte bine. Ce multe fețe frumoase pe ecran.
Dragilor, așteptăm încă câteva minute ca să intre toată lumea. Pornim la drum.
foarte important, atât fondatorul cât și președintele Complexului Educațional Laude-Reut Tova Benun Kerbis, care ar dori să ne spună câteva cuvinte înainte să începem marele nostru eveniment. Tova?
Salut tuturor! Merci, dragă Teo, specialist de public speaking și debate. Salut elevii din Israel, școlile din Israel. Salut elevii de la Sibiu și Iași, Craiova. Tuturor elevilor din toate școlile din București și numai puțin gazda noastră, elevii noștri de la Complexul Educațional Laude-Reut. Surpriza această seară e absolventa noastră, Silvia Schechter, care este parte din juriu. Silvia Schechter a crescut la noi, de la grădiniță până la clasa 12-a, a terminat bacalaureatul în excelență și astăzi este la Facultatea de Relații Internaționale din București. Așa că, dragă Silvia, te salutăm și suntem mândri că ai revenit între noi să-ți aduci aminte de toate activitățile de Today Ambassador, activitățile de diplomație, de debate și de public speaking. Mă bucur mult de tot că alături de noi sunt mai mulți elevi din București, din țară și din străinătate și, după cum știți, asta pentru noi este o provocare mare de tot în timp de pandemie. Să continuăm cu programul nostru Today Ambassador, motiv care am lansat un concurs de 20 de posturi, posturi de ambasadori și adjunct ambasadori. Și așteptăm cu nerăbdare să vedem câștigătorii. Câștigătorii va primi premii pe data din 9 martie. Așa că vă urez o seară bună și mult succes!
Mulțumesc mult de tot, Tova. And now we will be speaking in English because ambassadors have powers in their speech and in their words, and thus English is an international language. So we must switch that in order to become great ambassadors. For today is not any ordinary event. Today is an event to choose the best ambassador that Romania has to bring out. With us, we have a fantastic audience of 21 fabulous ambassadors that today will bring out speeches to represent a country. However, with them, we have our audiences from different schools and parents alike. And with us joining in on WebEx and on Facebook, please do follow us there so we can see and share and like this event, because this will be a magical place with extraordinarily good speeches. However, this event has a competition, specifically a public speaking competition. And with any competition, there are winners, but there must also be a jury. And that jury will be made out of, first of all, you, the audience. The audience has a vote in what and how and who will be the best ambassador. But besides the audience, we do have 3 very important juries from our school as well. And I'd like to invite and give the honor to our first jury, Mr. Octavian Șofronea, to tell us a little bit more about our grand jury. Octavian, you have the virtual space.
Thank you very much, Theo. Amazing presentation. I hope everyone can hear me. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to a new edition of the public speaking contest for young diplomats. This year is a very special one. Beside the fact it is the first online edition, it is also the first time we have a competition for gymnasium students, particularly in their 8th grade. Until now, it was only for high school students. And it is the first time we have children, we have teenagers applying from other schools to be speakers. As you may know, Laude-Reut High School is the only high school in Romania with the profile of international relations and diplomacy, and it is a distinctive institution in the Romanian educational system. Now, Laude-Reut actually opened opens the gates for other talented, hardworking students to join this event, and I think this is an excellent opportunity for all the kids to actually come in contact with such a beautiful field of study. This context has a very beautiful topic. We are going to see some amazing speeches about bilateral relations between Romania and other states through the lens of cultural diplomacy. First of all, for those of you who have zero experience with this topic, what you should know is that diplomacy is concerned with the management of relations between states and other actors, such as international organizations, transnational corporations, and so on. From a state perspective, because this is the one you are going to see today, this diplomacy is concerned with advising, with shaping, with implementing, if you want, foreign policy. As such, it is the means by which states actually, through their formal or informal, let's say, representatives, actually articulate, coordinate, and of course secure the wider interests, through, let's say, correspondence. They use also private talks. They use exchanges of view, visits, and so on. Cultural diplomacy is a type of diplomacy, and it is considered to be a soft diplomacy. So actually exchanging ideas and information about cultural aspects is very important, because you have the opportunity to promote mutual understanding. Also, cultural diplomacy can tell the story of a nation from a different perspective, not involving the usual, let's say, official political position. So cultural diplomacy reflects the soul of a nation. So this is what actually strengthens the relations between people. It is not unidirectional. This is what you're supposed to know, to be very clear. It is people-to-people diplomacy. This is, in fact, the message these speakers will promote today. And I want to congratulate them from the bottom of my heart. Congratulations to all the speakers that reached the final, but also to those who didn't, because all of you put a lot of effort into achieving, let's say, this goal. Now, I would like to tell you about the rules of the competition, because every competition has some rules. And I hope the rules are quite simple. There are two public speaking contests, one for gymnasium and one for high school. We will start with the gymnasium young diplomats. So after each of them actually delivers the speech, the public, you will vote for the best three performances. So you'll have to choose the one you liked most, the one that is placed second in your top, and of course the third one in your preferences. Each student will have one vote, so every vote counts. But pay attention, you can only vote once. Please do not try to cast multiple votes, because we will catch you. Okay. After the votes were expressed, we move to the high school competition, which will follow, let's say, the same pattern. The final results and the winners of the competitions will be announced at the end of the event. And the best 3 speeches, as Tova already mentioned, from each category will be delivered within the second conference, the Today Ambassador conference next week on 9th of March, if I'm not wrong, in front of our special guests, ambassadors, experts, professors, and so on. So a great responsibility, let's say, for those of you who will be actually the winners of this competition. Also very important, after each speaker's performance, there is also a quiz game. Within this quiz game, you can answer different questions related to your colleague performances. And in the end, some of you will receive some prizes if, I don't know, the answers are correct, or, I don't know, elaborate, and so on. So pay attention to all presentations, because they might bring you some rewards. Obviously, today I'm not alone within the jury. I have 2 beautiful, smart, charming, and amazing colleagues, Alina Buksh and Sylvia Schechter. About Sylvia, you already heard from Tova. Alina is one of the best trainers from Ardor, Romanian Association for Debate, Oratory, and Rhetorics. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Okay, and Sylvia, who is an expert on topics related to international relations and international public affairs, with a lot of experience in many associations. If I'm not wrong, one of them was International Organization for Migration, and of course, many others. I would also like to point to the fact that Sylvia is a former student of Laude-Reut High School, actually since she was a kid, and without a doubt, she's a role model for each of you. So Sylvia, welcome. It's the first time when you are a judge, no, within the ambassador. So please enjoy every moment of this competition. Okay, I think I already spoke too much, so I'm going to give the floor to my colleagues, but not before I tell you that I want to ask you to kindly ask you to show support and appreciation for each of these amazing speakers. Again, they put a lot of effort in order to prepare for the competition. They sacrificed a significant number of hours. They conducted a valuable research, and of course they discovered particular aspects of cultural diplomacy, and they tried to find the best way to deliver it. So for me, each of them is actually a winner, and I'm sure they'll continue to pursue their interest for improving their knowledge, no matter the career they will embrace. Thank you very much again. Enjoy the competition, and good luck to all contestants.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Octavian, for that amazing introduction and an amazing explanation of the rules and our jury. I've been in the debating circuit and public speaking circuit for over 10 years, and I've mastered the art of speaking and the art of deliberating, but I've never been a good ambassador. However, today, it's not about me, it's about the children. And today, we have 21 students that in the future will become 21 great ambassadors. So, I would like to formally introduce and like to formally start off the public speaking competition. However, I do have a single other rule that Octavian spoke about a little bit. Before each person's speech and after their speech, I would like for everyone to give a hearty applause, to cheer on everyone talking, because we are online and it is of great anxiety to people, because this is something new, this is something we haven't done before, and surely these children have worked well, have worked a lot to reach this place. All right then, just like Octavian told you, we will start off our competition with the gymnasium bracket. And without any further ado, 3-minute speeches for every single participant. And we will start off alphabetically, starting with the first country. And that will be France, represented by Stefanis Michailidis. Stefanis, you have 3 minutes. Here, a round of applause. Good luck.
Thank you. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, I would like to dedicate my speech today to a topic of great interest nowadays, not only in the diplomacy field, but for all the areas of our lives. In an era of globalization and accelerated digitalization, is it necessary for French cultural diplomacy to reshape, redefine, or refine its tools? And how will this process impact the bilateral relations between France and Romania? Soft power is the ability to persuade through culture, values, and ideas. Cultural diplomacy has existed as a practice for centuries. Throughout history, travelers, teachers, artists have played the role of informal ambassadors, which facilitated the cultural exchanges in fields such as art, science, music, education, business, and reduced the divergences between states. Given its proven effectiveness, it is well known that France was a promoter of a state foreign policy that put cultural diplomacy at the forefront. In fact, in 1883, France established the first cultural institute in history, named Alliance Française, which task was to popularize abroad the French language and literature. In 1993, Romania became a full member of the International Organization of La Francophonie, as a result of a long tradition of cultural exchanges and cooperations between the two countries. This tradition dates back to the 18th century, when the sons of Romanian aristocrat families were sent to Paris to study medicine, science, or architecture. In that context, victories began to be known as the Petit Paris de Balkan. Some of the most famous Romanian artists and intellectuals studied in France, such as Cioran, Brâncuș, Eliade, Ionescu, and Ionescu. The affiliation of Romania with French values throughout education was intensified by introducing the study of French language in schools, by developing a high number of partnerships between universities in various domains, and by encouraging students' mobility. Therefore, it can be argued that the main vehicle used by French cultural diplomacy in Romania has been the education and the school system. But education itself had suffered changes, and it's heading towards the digitalization I was talking about at the beginning of my speech. This trend has also been pointed out by the European Commission, which has prepared the so-called Digital Education Action Plan that is entirely justified with the advantages of the new technologies and digitalization, which are undeniably increasing access to education resources, standardizing the level of education, and reducing disparities between states, overcoming cultural and linguistic barriers much more easily. So in my opinion, all the international forums, as well as the national institutions involved in education, including the cultural diplomacy, must convey all their efforts in giving structure and purpose to this process of digitalization. This digital diplomacy, known also like e-diplomacy, cyber diplomacy, or open policy, is the new reality of the cultural diplomacy that must adapt to the internet revolution. In other words, we should use the new technologies to get closer to the people, to their needs and expectations in terms of education, but at the same time, we have the obligation to ensure that this process of digitalization will not overwhelm the national identity, those values that we want to transmit throughout cultural diplomacy. Without neglecting the traditional means of cultural diplomacy in the field of education, it is my purpose as ambassador not only to present to the Romanian people the beauty and the richness of French culture, but to understand the real needs, concerns, and worries of the people and try to solve them by implementing and adapting the French know-how. In conclusion, the good relations between Romania and France are stable due to a long tradition in the practice of cultural diplomacy, especially in the education area. But we must use modern technological resources and readjust the tools used in cultural diplomacy. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Stefanos. That was an incredibly good speech, incredibly good ambassador. Everyone else, please do try to pay attention to all the speakers because your vote counts as well. And you need to also vote the best ambassador that there is. Your vote counts and matters as well. Thank you very much, Stefanos. And whilst the jury is deliberating, as Octavian told you, we will have a small quiz, a small question of what happened in Stefanos' speech. And my question to you is, in what year was the first cultural institute created in France? If you know the answer to this question, raise your hand using the WebEx application, or you can also raise your hand virtually if we can see you. So you can answer the question and at the end, get a prize as well. Because it's important not to be just great speakers, but also to be fantastic listeners. And we want to challenge you to be listeners as well. So, is there anyone who can answer this question? In Stefanos' speech, in what year did the first cultural institute in France has been created? Does anyone know the answer? Of course, aside from Stefanos, he already knows this. He's researched this quite thoroughly. Is there anyone who knows the answer to this question? If you do not know the answer, I'll answer it and I'll get the prize for myself. Though I would like other children to try that as well. Let's see. All right. Go ahead, Zosmer. You've raised your hand. Do you have a microphone to speak with?
Yes, now I can speak. And I think that 1907.
1907. Was 1907 the year the first cultural institute has been created? Stefanos, can you answer this question for us? Is this correct? Stefanos? Stefanos, can you answer this question?
It wasn't in 1703, it was in 1883.
It was not in 1703, it was in 1883 indeed. So thank you very much, Zosner, for that answer. It was quite close as a year, I can say, though not a problem because we have some more questions as long as the jury is deliberating. Let's see. This is an easier question for all of you. How is digital diplomacy called? How do we name, what is another name for digital diplomacy? Can anyone answer this question for us? Raise your hand using the application and do tell us. Another name for digital diplomacy that we use in today's society, seeing as we're speaking to you right now, online. Let's find out. Maybe someone has a question, maybe someone has the answer, or not. Maybe I'll steal the prize at the end with all the answers. Have you been paying attention? Go ahead, Bogdan Bodomoyo.
Yes, I believe it is called e-diplomacy.
Extraordinarily correct. Indeed, Bogdan Bodomoyu, you are correct. E-diplomacy is indeed digital diplomacy. In the era of everything digital and everything online, on TVs and on the internet, e-diplomacy is vital for today's society. All right, thank you very much for that. For that speech. Bravo indeed. All right. Is the jury ready for the next speech? All right. Awesome. If that's the case, I would like to invite the second speaker for today's public speaking competition from representing Greece, Maria Belceanu. Here, you have 3 minutes. Good luck.
Esteemed guests, dear students, dear teachers and students. My name is Maria Belceanu, and it is an honor and privilege to be here today and talk about the bilateral relations between Greece and Romania. The year was 1880 when Romania and Greece started a new chapter of bilateral diplomatic dialogue and officially established relations. These relations progressed from legation level to embassy level in 1939. Thus, the year 2021 marks the anniversary of 141 years of diplomatic relations between the two nations. Regardless, this was not a constant flow, as an ideologic crack occurred during and after the Second World War, Romania being on the side of the Axis and Communist bloc, Greece on the Allied and the Democratic. Furthermore, the communist regime in Romania did little in the way of helping their strained relationship. This interference was halted once the authoritarian government of Romania was overthrown and democracy was once again well established. Since then, Greece has spared no effort to strongly support Romania in its way to join both the NATO and the European Union. Therefore, a relation of profound friendship and future-oriented partnership was formed between the two countries. As such, commercial trades and foreign investments have been on the rise in the last few years. Before the pandemic, marking a significant economic growth. Greece has always been the favorite country of Romanians. Thus, the Greek economy has grown significantly in the last years due to tourism. Since 2016, more than a million Romanians have visited Greece every year, with figures rising to almost 1.4 million visitors in 2018, and 2019. Besides tourism, Greece and Romania have an economic connection mainly given by energy, European programs, and cooperation between regions. Romania and Greece are both active countries on the regional energy market in the southeastern part of Europe. Greece expressed interest into importing electricity from Romania to identify solutions to increase the allocation of transmission capacity on interconnection lines. Greek investors continue to show an interest in Romania and finance various sectors such as the food industry, metal industry, trade, services, constructions, and so on. The Romanian community in Greece boasts an impressive number. 40,000 Romanians live and work in the Hellenic Republic. The Greek community in Romania, although smaller, also stands as a testament to the solid relations between the two countries. The long-lasting ties between the two countries cannot therefore be disputed. To some, such enduring relations might be surprising, but for Greeks and Romanians, it was a reality born out of necessity. To put it more simply, the two countries have demonstrated a certain like-mindedness regarding issues in the southeastern European countries, such as disputes and impediments. The tightly woven relations and collaborations linking Romania and Greece contribute to the strengthening of stability in the Balkans while simultaneously consolidating each country's particular interests. On the path laid before them, Romania and Greece walk alongside each other with a common goal in mind, the preservation of their shared stability and prosperity. And on this path, they shall continue to walk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. What an amazing speech. I really, really liked it a lot. And of course, while the jury deliberates, I have a very interesting question to you. Let's see if you were paying attention. This year, we are marking an anniversary of the relationships between Greece and Romania. How many years are we having this year? How many years are we happy that we have great relationships with? Let's see, we're having a hand raise up. Michaelis?
Yes, it's 141 years.
141 years, you were attentive. I'm glad, Michaelis. Good job. Absolutely amazing. It's these small details that's important that we pay attention, because in an ambassador speech, every single word and number matters. So I'm really glad you're paying attention. Good job. All right, so that was an easy question. Let's move on to something a bit more serious, a bit more harder to answer. Greece supported Romania in different areas. They had economic connections, they had investments, but there were two places where it was very important that Romania was supported by Greece. Where was Romania supported by Greece? In what two places was Romania supported, and why was it so important? Of course, there is the European Union, but there was another place. What was that? Where did Greece support Romania? Besides entering the European Union, there was another place, a very important place, connecting Romania to hundreds of other countries and places. We have there Teodora. Teodora Maria, you have the virtual scene.
Yes, in joining NATO.
Absolutely, congratulations. In joining NATO, Greece did help Romania and support Romania in joining the European Union and NATO. Good job, Teodora. Can you tell me your last name as well? Teodora, your family name. Teodora Maria. Ciobanu. All right, awesome. Thank you very much. Is the jury ready for the third speech for today's competition? Absolutely, I see heads going, yes. All right then, preparing for Israel, we have Maria Kehayan. You have 3 minutes. Here.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So I'll start. Esteemed guests, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that through culture we can all understand each other. Therefore, today I'm going to present you the bilateral relationship between Israel and Romania from a cultural point of view. Because in the end, what is a country without a community, and what is a community without a culture? Since 1948, our countries have supported one another, and from this friendship, both countries have gained a lot. Teaching people, especially youngsters with different religions, how to express themselves and be proud of who they are is something that should truly be appreciated. That's why, with the help of Laude-Reut School, cultural exchange programs have been organized, where Romanian students go to an Israeli school in Tel Aviv, where they learn about the Jewish culture. Moreover, they learn new educational methods when they visit the Weizmann Institute of Science. At the same time, the students of Hadash High School come to Romania, where they learn about its cultural traditions and educational methods. From 2007, when the Jewish Community Center, or as others may know it, JCC, has been opened, children, elders, and adults have celebrated, learned, and discovered new things about the Jewish culture. These things matter very much, and knowing your tradition and history is something that all of us should be familiar with. That's why in Israel there are over 53 institutions and Israeli-Romanian foundations, where our third biggest diaspora, the Romanians, can speak, learn, and develop with the others from their community. One thing that made me strengthen my opinion on the importance of culture was during this year's holiday in Romania. I found out so many new things about this country. Just think about it. Symbolic events, historical days that represent the citizen's country can be told through so many forms. Embroidery, such as the traditional clothes from Maramuresh, full of patterns and symbols. Sculptures, songs, paintings, such as the ones from Bursana Monastery, are just a few of how this country's citizens tell their story. You know, before the pandemic, I used to go to art galleries, plays, operas, and even concerts. I remember going to one of Amos Oz's operas, which I later on found out it had been translated by Marlena Brester, a Romanian translator. That's when I realized that this bilateral relationship is more than a diplomatic relation, it's friendship. Thinking about these things that we used to do, but hopefully we will return to soon, I've also seen an advertisement of Yakov Heremon, who is a Jewish Romanian photographer. He's special to me because he found his inspiration.
We can't hear you. Check your microphone, please, Maria.
Do you hear me now?
We can't hear you properly.
Can you hear me now?
Listen times.
I can hear her, so
Plug it in, plug it out again. Maybe that
Can
will
you
work.
hear me?
This is an online event and this might happen. Try to close the camera. That might help your connection a bit more. Close the camera and keep the microphone on.
Do you hear me better
Maybe
now?
that will help in trying. All right. Can you hear us, Maria? Can you say something?
Yes, I do hear you.
These are the perils of online environment, online competitions, ladies and gentlemen. However, we strive to go through them.
If you can tell me.
oh, we can hear her. So.
Mr. Octavian?
So, should I continue?
While we wait for Maria's, no.
I don't think the problem is with Maria.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Octavian, it seems we have a bit of a technical errors. Can you provide the next couple of minutes to continue for us whilst we resolve our technical issues?
Okay. Can take the lead. Maria, can you come back with video?
Okay, now, Yaoud. Right.
Yeah, you can continue your presentation because we can hear you. I see that Alina already confirmed that she's. It's okay for her too. Sylvia, can you hear Maria? Other member. Okay, Maria, continue, please.
Maria can't unmute.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for that. We're really sorry for the technical issues. Maria, you can continue.
Okay, so I'm back.
Yes. Thank you very much for waiting. The perils of online speaking.
Okay, I'm gonna start.
Please.
Before the pandemic, I used to go to. I hear. Okay.
All right. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
All right,
But
we can hear you.
Like a microphone.
All right, so you can hear yourself as well. Let's try to fix that as fast as possible. All right. All right, Maria, this should work.
Okay, let's try.
Let's try it. Go ahead.
Before the pandemic, I used to go to art galleries, plays, operas, and even concerts. I remember going to one of Amos Oz's opera, which I later on found out it had been translated by Marlena Brester, a Romanian translator. That's when I realized that this diplomatic relation is more than a bilateral relationship, it's friendship. Thinking about these things that we used to do, but hopefully we will return to soon. I also happened to see an advertisement of Jaco Hervoy, who is a Jewish Romanian photographer. He's special to me because he finds his inspiration in the Jewish and Romanian culture, which happens to be his origins. And he's living proof that culture doesn't unite two countries, it unites its people. Concluding, I believe everybody should know its culture because in this way you can express yourself and actually know yourself. And always remember, culture brings people closer. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Maria.
Online competitions, though, through thick and thin, we get through them together and we'll find the best ambassadors regardless. Let's go on now to let the jury for 30 seconds to deliberate while I ask you a very important question. Maria told you of the name of a famous Jewish photographer that showed that culture is living, that it can unite these two cultures together. Does anyone remember the name of the Jewish photographer? You can raise your hand in the WebEx application so that we can answer, we can tally your vote. The name of the Jewish photographer that Maria spoke of, Rebecca Nicolau. You have the floor, Rebecca. Go ahead.
It was yeah.
Could you please say that again? Maybe on your microphone.
Yeah.
All right, Maria Kihan, is that the correct answer? Jacob, was he the famous Jewish photographer that united these two cultures of Romanian and Jewish? Maria Kehayan. All right, Amelia, did you? Can you also tell us an answer? If you can unmute your... All right, yes, we see we have... Amalia, tell us the answer as well.
It's Herevon.
Herevon, indeed, we had two answers from both Rebecca Nicolau and Amelia. Correct ones as well. Thank you very much, Rebecca Nicolau and Amelia Dudiu. All right. Is the jury ready for the next speech?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you very much,
Maria, for holding your...
Yes, we thank Maria for her patience and for her strength of character shown in these dire times. All right, without any further ado, our next most important country, Poland, represented by Maria Badea. You have 3 minutes. You have the virtual floor. Here.
Good afternoon. Today I'm here in front of you to talk about bilateral relations of Poland with Romania on the relevant field of development via cultural diplomacy. Romania and Poland are not only the two largest countries in Central and Eastern Europe, but also friends and strategic partners who have always had a good relationship. 2019 was a milestone for our country as we celebrated 100 years of diplomatic relations. Furthermore, we are also allies in NATO and we cooperate deeply in the EU. We share similar views on the most important issues on the European and worldwide agenda as the future of the EU, migration and security, and EU's cohesion policy. Polish-Romanian diplomatic relations were established on February 9, 1919, called Collaborating on Many Industries, but the Best is Economy. One of the biggest advantages of Romania is market and proximity, not only to Poland, but also to other Balkan countries. Many of the Polish investors who are manufacturing in Romania export their goods to other markets, so Romania is a perfect hub for them. Because its economic relation is very strong, in Romania there are many Polish companies on its market. Another important asset is Romanian qualified, well-educated, and multilingual workforce. All these benefits help bilateral trade and investment to simply bloom. Furthermore, I will present a few important aspects related to education. In Poland, education starts at the age of 6 with kindergarten. At the age of 7, the child starts primary school lasting for 8 years and finishes with an exam. In Romania, the education system is similar to Poland with just a few minor differences, like kindergarten is optional between the age of 3 and 5. The preparatory class generally starts at the age of 6, and schooling is compulsory until the 10th grade. In high school, there are many different profiles you can follow in both Romania and Poland. Another very important topic that we can speak about when it comes to Romania and Poland is the innovation. Recently, Poland's focus has been on supporting the development and implementation of eco-innovative technologies. Moreover, Romania is on a good path towards improving environmental performance because there are a lot of opportunities in various areas, such as air quality, climate agriculture, energy efficiency in buildings, and smart cities. These opportunities have a high potential for future development of both countries. Science is also a very important topic that I'll be speaking next. Science and technology in both Romania and Poland are well developed, with the presence of several universities, research institutes, and impressive tradition going back more than a century. From aviation and aeronautics to computer science and technology, Romania has lots of interesting inventions and scientific discoveries. Computer science and technology is also well known as we remember people such as mathematician Stefano Dobleja, who was one of the procurers of cybernetics, Grigore Moisil, who is viewed as the father of computer science in Romania, Cristianescu Laude, who is known for his work on algorithmic information theory, and finally Crisis Victor Toma, who is known for the invention and creation of the first Romanian computer, the CITA-1 in 1955. Poland is a country in which science is a very big and important factor. Today, Poland has over 100 institutions of post-secondary inventions. We remember things as the kerosene lamp, which is dating back to 1853, when Ignacy Lukasiewicz made it in Poland. His achievements spread all over the world soon after that, since the kerosene lamp was cheap and gave more light than candles. With this being said, we come to the conclusion that both countries had very important scientific discoveries throughout the years that helped people all over the world, and there are many more to come. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maria, for that amazing speech. That was incredible. Now we will have another couple seconds to discuss a bit of a question. Let's see if you are paying attention to that. I've heard that there were a lot of scientific discoveries that Romania and Poland worked together for many years in science. But my question is, how many years has Romania and Poland worked together for? 50? 20? A million? Who has the answer? How many years have Romania and Poland worked together? How many years of relations had Romania and Poland have together? Maybe 25, maybe 247. What might be the correct answer? Raise your hand using the web application so that you might also grab an interesting prize at the end if you answer correctly. How many years of relationships do Romania and Poland have? We have Radem.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think she said 100 years.
Absolutely correct. 100 on the dot. That is very correct, Radem. Thank you very, very much for that answer. I am happy that you are paying attention, that everyone's paying attention to these speeches, because these shouldn't have put in a lot of effort, and being at this, as it is online, troubles are coming, but we get over them, no worries. All right, has the jury finished their adjudication of Maria's speech? All right, awesome. Now to the last speaker of the gymnasium track. Last but not least, we have Spain, represented by Teodora Maria Ciobanu. Teodora, you have the floor for 3 minutes. Hear, hear.
Okay. Your Excellencies, dear Tova and representatives of the Laude-Reut Educational Complex, to whom we are present here today, dear teachers and fellow colleagues, the Spanish diplomatic mission has been an outstanding one, and it is due to its experts and diplomats, to their experience, their knowledge, and high level of empathic involvement that Romania is proud to have made such a friend. The activities performed and the projects developed are proof that diplomacy helps build cultural and political bridges. Our countries are part of the European family. They are strong allies of NATO and share the same values and common objectives. Throughout history, Spain exerted a constant attraction over the Romanian intellectual class and statesmen. One of them set for Spain in 1946. The young Romanian historian and journalist Cogălnicianu, eager to learn and with a fine sense of perception, ended up transforming a leisure trip into a documentary. While crossing Spain, he admired its natural beauty, got to know its past through historical and artistic monuments, and understand contemporary life and issues. Mihail Cogălnicianu depicts Spain in a lively and realistic manner, finding analogies and comparing facts with those in Romania, a remote Latin sister. Another example is Henry Helfand, a Romanian diplomat who contributed to saving thousands of Spaniards during the Civil War. Nowadays, bilateral relationships flourished. On the 3rd of February this year, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bogdan Aurescu, and Arantxa González Laya, the representative of Spain, met in honor of the 140 years anniversary of diplomatic relations. Furthermore, Arantxa González Laya announced the governmental summit that will take place in June in Spain. On February 11, 2021, invited by the rector of the University of Bucharest, a delegation of the Embassy of Spain, led by His Excellency Manuel La Rocha Parad, the Ambassador of Spain to Romania, paid a visit to the University of Bucharest. The visit aimed at establishing the academic collaborations between the University of Bucharest and Spanish universities, the consolidation and the extension of numerous partnerships and collaborations that the University of Bucharest developed along the years, both with the government and the Spanish Embassy in Romania, and the Cervantes Institute, thanks to its branch in Bucharest. Despite being situated at the extremities of the European Union, Romania and Spain have developed strong connections, raised to the level of strategic partnership. We share an authentic friendship facilitated by the presence of a large community of Romanians on the Spanish territory, very well integrated in the Spanish society. Viva España! Viva la amistad! Thank you.
Very much, Teodora, for that amazing speech about Romanian-Spain relationships. And now we've reached the final speech of our gymnasium track. Thank you very much to all our participants. And whilst the jury is deliberating, and we will also vote soon enough, before voting, I would like to go through each and every contestant and ask them something as well. Stefanes Michailidis, from representing France, I would like to ask you, what school do you come from? What city are you in? Stefanes?
Yes.
If you can tell.
I come from Bucharest, and I go to Titu Maiorescu.
Right. Thank you very much, Stefanes. Stefanes Michailidis, representing France. From Greece, representing Greece, Maria Belceanu, what school do you go to and what city do you come from? Belceanu, are you still with us? Hopefully.
Oh, yeah. I come from Bucharest, Cezar Boliac.
Right. Thank you very much, Maria, representing really, really good. Representing Israel, we have Maria Kehayan. What school do you go to and what city do you come from?
Well, I am from Bucharest and I am a student at Laude-Reut School.
Right, representing. Thank you very much, Maria. All right, now representing Poland, Maria Bada. What school do you go to and where do you live in? What city do you live in?
I live in Bucharest and I'm from Bucharest School.
East, Teodora Maria Ciobanu, representing Spain. What school do you represent and what city do you come from?
I'm from Bucharest.
Teodora.
I go to the Federico Garcia Lorca School.
All right, thank you very much, Teodora. These were our speakers, our ambassadors, our future ambassadors for this country. And just as promised, your vote counts as well. You matter, which means that you will be having on your screen a set of questions asking for the best speakers in your opinion, of course. You will have a question asking you how many to choose your representative. Your first representative to gain first place will get 12 points. Your second representative will get 10 points. And the third representative, which is the third place, will get 8 points. You will click on the questions and get a drop-down menu and click on one person. 1 minute for each person, for each choice. I'll repeat it once more. First of all, you will have to choose your first winner, the best representative in your opinion that will get 12 points. Then you will pick the second representative on second place with 10 points. And lastly, thirdly, you will have a third place with 8 points. Pick your favorites, pick your representatives. You have 1 minute to spare. The question is on screen. The time is ticking. Your vote matters, 1 vote per person. Please do vote with your heart and with your mind. The best ambassadors, the best speakers, the ones that convinced you that those relationships from these countries are the best, are the most advanced, and are the most interesting. Maybe the content was incredible. Maybe you found out something interesting, something that you've never heard before. Or maybe you loved their style, the way they spoke, the flair that they had, the amazing way they've told us about history and the future. Your vote counts, so please don't hesitate to vote. 3 more seconds. Your vote will be tallied, and at the end of the competition, after the high school track, we will be giving the winners as well. So, emotions and anxiety. We've seen anxiety in our speeches, but that's completely fine and normal. It's a live event. It's bound to happen. People will blur, people will blah and and that's completely fine, because these are the best. And we, through failure and through everything that we do, we become better at it. And these 21 students are and will be the best, regardless of who wins today. All right. Well, do we see the numbers for the votes? We have them on screen. All right. Thank you very much for your votes. Has the voting been finished by everyone? All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for your votes. It's very important for us to know that you're active, that you're here, and you're listening to everyone. All right. Thank you very much. Now, this has been the gymnasium track. Now moving on to the gymnasium track. For first place has been done, and now the second place. You have 1 minute to pick your second favorite. The IT team is working hard to make everything work perfectly. Hopefully, we can make it run as smoothly as possible. All right. Your second place as the gymnasium track speaker. Vote for the second place, your second favorite person that has given a speech today. It's very important to us, for us to know that there are first and second and thirds. We want to know your opinion. We want to know how you believe they will be represented in the end. Because there are winners, but today everyone will win something, be it experience, be it points in the competition, be it from the quiz that we have, because I've marked all the points down. So you have a couple of seconds left to vote for your second favorite speaker in the gymnasium track. Please do keep in mind that your votes matter, and vote with your mind and with your heart as well. Thank you for your votes, thank you for your patience, and thank you for participating with us today. Online, even though we're virtual, we're still here together in mind and soul. All right. The voting timer has ended for the second favorite. And now we will be having the vote for the third favorite speaker from the gymnasium track. Choose the third speaker. All right. The third speaker will be up to choose on the screen for 8 points. lower than 10, lower than 12, but still important, still up there. This is for the third place, the audience's choice. Who is the third speaker at the public speaking competition for a 2-day ambassador? Choose wisely and thoroughly. They were great, they were good, they were not first place or second place, but keep in mind, they can all still be winners because we still have a jury that has an important job to do the same thing that you do. All right, we're tallying up the votes. Our IT team are hard at work with them because they're important. And there are a lot of votes, I can see. I'm glad you are active, you're supporting your friends, your colleagues. Thank you very much for your votes. I'm waiting for the okay from the IT team, and then we'll move on with the high school track. All right. The votes have been tallied, the numbers have been given. Emotions are sky high, but that will have to wait. Because now we're moving on to the second part of the event, which is the high school track. The high school track will move the same way, alphabetically, via country. Speeches of 3 minutes each, hopefully. No more online problems. Thank you for your votes. Pay attention to the speeches, for there will be quizzes. And without any further ado, I invite the first representative for Canada, Evelyn Yekel. You have 3 minutes and the virtual floor. Hear, hear.
Good afternoon. Firstly, I would like to take this opportunity to wish you all a happy and sunny spring. My name is Evelyn Yekel, and I would like to thank you for the honor of taking part in this project team. This has been an occasion for me and my team from Vasile Alexandri High School to travel back in time. While Canada is the second largest country in the world, but it's freezing cold all the time, Romania is a small European country, but you can enjoy all 4 seasons. So, as I have said, let's get back in time at how it all began for a fascinating journey about bilateral relationships between Romania and Canada. I promise you won't regret it. Are you ready to hear the story? It all started in 1895 when Clifford Sifton visited a region from Romania called Bucovina. Later, Joseph Boily served the King and Queen of Romania during World War I. In 1990, formal relationships between the two countries were established, when the General Consulate of Romania was interned in Montreal by Vasile Stoica, a Romanian diplomat. The Embassy of Romania was opened in Ottawa in 1970, with the help of Tudorel Postolache. Nowadays, the ambassador is Maria Ligor. The Embassy of Canada to Romania is in Bucharest, and it was founded in 1976. The ambassador is Anik Gulet. The following event was the visit of the Romanian president, Nicolae Ceausescu, at the nuclear central Gentili II, situated in Montreal in 1985. After the fall of communism, a large number of Romanians migrated to Canada, hoping to live a better life there. Romanians built a strong community. On June 5, 2018, at Ottawa, the government of Canada introduced new entry requirements for Romanian citizens. Romanians with non-electronic passports will need a valid visa to travel to Canada. Romania and Canada have a close trading and investment relationship. Significant to services, Canada represents the third biggest trade partner outside the European Union. Biggest bilateral initiative in Canada is CETA, Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement. CETA cooperates by eliminating custom tariffs for exporters and importers. Canada has one of the most generous immigration programs in the world. With these benefits, Canada should be considered a viable option for applicants from Romania. The study permit is a document the Canadian government allows foreign students from Romania to study at institutions in Canada. Culturally speaking, Canadians adopted and had the will to understand the Romanian culture. Therefore, the Canadians encouraged the Romanians to two newspapers, Ecou Românești, Romanian Echoes, and Cuvântul Românesc, the Romanian Voice. Another moment was when they placed a statue dedicated to the most famous Romanian poet, Mihai Eminescu. The monument can be found in Montreal, Quebec, in Romania Square. The government allowed Romanian people to practice their religion and to build churches in which they could bring Romanian priests. For instance, there is an institution called the Romanian Orthodox Church of Canada. To conclude, I have some questions for you. What do you think the future will be like for the Romanian-Canadian relations? How do you think they are going to evolve? Let's see how the future will lead us. There is a wide world out there. It would be a pity not to experiment. Thank you for your attention.
Speech, how are the relationships going to evolve? I ask myself that as well. Now, whilst the jury is deliberating, I have a very important question. I've heard this before, but I'm not sure what it stands for. And Evelyn said it, CTA. It was, what did it stand for? What does CTA, CETA stand for? Does anyone remember? Was anyone paying attention? Or shall we ask Evelyn to tell us again and just grab the prize of today's quiz as well? If you know the answer, raise your hand using the WebEx application so that we know to put you to answer as well. What does CTA stand for? It was Maria Kehayan.
I'm not sure. Comprehensive economic trade agreement.
On the nose. Good job, Maria. That was a good answer. Comprehensive economic trade agreement. A mouthful to say, but good ambassadors, listen. Absolutely good jobs, Maria. Points there. And we're slowly creating a leaderboard for this quiz, and I'm glad that you all like it and you are active at it. All right. Another question for everyone. In 2018, in Ottawa, there were something that happened between Canada and Romania, but I seemed to have forgotten what. I wasn't really paying attention. Can anyone tell me what happened in 2018 in Ottawa? I wasn't paying attention, just like anyone shouldn't. I see Dumitrescu. Dumitrescu?
Yes. Starting with 2018, Canada required Romanians to have a visa in order to enter the country.
I remember now, indeed. I remember exactly. I thought I missed something. New entry requirements for a visa for Romanians. Absolutely true. Thank you very much, Karina. That was the correct answer indeed, tallied up to the quiz points. Thank you very much. I'm really glad to see you guys paying attention and listening to these very pop quiz-ish questions. Thank you very much for that. Now, the jury, are you ready with your deliberations? Shall we move on? All right, we're moving on to our next country. That is Denmark, represented by Tudor Grosu. You have 3 minutes to share the virtual floor. Here.
Your Excellencies, esteemed members of the board, dear guests and fellow students. If I said that Denmark helped the Romanian prisoners of war during World War I, how many of you would truly listen to me? On the other hand, what if I said Match Girl, the Snow Queen, or the Wild Swans? Suddenly, people would start to be interested. This was just a simple example about how influential culture actually is, and how, in this case, its transfer between Romania and Denmark brings the two nations together. In 2017, marking 100 years of the Romanian-Danish diplomatic relationship, Romanian cinema, contemporary artworks such as Ciprian Mureșan's I Am Protesting Against Myself, and paintings like Radu Komșa's Movement Introductiv were part of exhibitions of the Arken Museum of Modern Art in Copenhagen. Also, by introducing theater performances in the Aarhus European Capital of Culture program, we provided the deserved exposure of its heritage and customs. The anniversary of the centennial was an impactful moment not only for the exchange of culture and information itself, but also for strengthening of relations at a bilateral level. This is not to say that the Danish values have not been displayed in the Romanian society. Take, for example, literature. The stories of Hans Christian Andersen live on to this day, being read to children in Romania every night before bed, and I was no exception. Some of the fairy tales even became iconic motion picture animations, such as The Little Mermaid. What's more, elements of folklore handed through generations, resulting in the well-known legends and myths. All of these details might give the impression of being unimportant or superficial, but they are what truly people identify with, what they have in common. Cultural diplomacy could be viewed as an element towards the bilateral relations between Romania and Denmark, but it should really be considered a fundamental pillar. Besides the great potential for cultural cooperation, another area of interest is the large community of Romanians living in Denmark. From students to engineers, teachers, and researchers active in multiple professions. In other respects, because of the good Danish-Romanian economic cooperation, the bilateral trade between the countries has increased. Furthermore, we are promoting the Romanian market in Denmark in order to attract Danish enterprises. There are many companies active with centers in Romania in areas such as digitalization and ICT, helping with the development of software solutions and electronic equipment products, agriculture, with investments in crop production and livestock farming, and renewable and sustainable energy, turning Romania greener through wind power. What are we without culture and without its spread? Maybe we would not have the same bedtime stories or movies, but one thing is for certain. It gives us the opportunity to come together, enhances our quality of life, and gives people the creative outlet to express themselves. Cultural diplomacy gives another perspective and brings Denmark and Romania together in ways that connect our communities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tudor, for that extremely interesting speech. I've heard many tales and I love stories, and I've heard something very interesting in Tudor's speech, and this is the quiz for everyone. Tudor talked about fairy tales being transformed into motion pictures. What fairy tales, what fairy tale was Tudor talking about? There was at least one, that's what I've heard, I know for a fact. Can anyone tell me? Oh, I see all them hands up. Amelia, go ahead.
The Little Mermaid.
Exactly, and one of my favorite stories of all time as well. Thank you very much, Amelia. That was a very fast shot. Good job. All right. Ooh, that was easy, right? That was very easy for you because you are paying attention. Let's see something a bit harder. There was talk about renewable energy works between Denmark and Romania. What type of renewable energy was Tudor talking about? It's not as easy as saying a story like Little Mermaid, something a bit more complicated. What type of renewable energy do Denmark and Romania have? Go ahead.
I remember he said something about wind power.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alder, for that answer. I am really enthusiastic that you guys are paying attention because I am as well. The juries, are we ready for the next speech? Yes, awesome. Thank you very much to Lord Grosso for that speech. And now I'll invite the representative of France, Thea Hartenis. You have 3 minutes with a virtual background. Here. Maybe we can see you. Thea Hartenis. We can't hear you if you're speaking. Maybe there are microphone issues. on your side. Let's see if this will solve the issue.
Is this better?
Yes, awesome, perfect. Thank you very much. Thea, you have the floor.
President Tova Benun Kerbis, dear teachers, fellow colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, ça va? I hope you're all doing well. Yes, I did start off speaking French, and I'm glad you recognize the language, though I can't say I'm surprised. French is the most similar language to Romanian out of all 6,000 spoken around the world. And after all, French used to be the language of diplomacy. Dear people, the bond between France and Romania has always been distinctive. France has always been a welcoming land, one that fosters and embraces a plethora of different people, of different cultures, and a country which promotes and values freedom. From the dawn of the Age of Enlightenment, France had become a free country, which evidently startled fragmented Romania. Nevertheless, their amity persisted, and France made efforts to help with Romania's own independence. During Napoleon III's reign, Russia had occupied Romanian territories and repudiated fleeing them. This immediately struck the French president's attention, causing him to declare war on the Eastern power. Following up on that, Napoleon strongly insisted on the unification of Romanian territories, which did occur in the late half of the 19th century. Today, these endeavors of his are viewed as the culmination of French-Romanian relations. However, the chemistry between the two states did not stop there. In terms of culture and of the development of the mind, France and Romania shaped a world-renowned artist, who was born in Gorj and taught fine art in Paris. Without a doubt, you have all heard of the Romanian sculptor Constantin Brâncuș. His masterpieces have made it across the Atlantic, enabling connoisseurs from all around the world to admire his works. Even now, in spite of the context of the pandemic, one can view them on the Museum of Modern Art's website, where Van Gogh and Picasso's works are displayed, along with our pride and joy, Brâncuș. Of course, there are plenty more important names to mention, such as the aviation genius Henri Coandă, the playwright Eugen Ionescu, or the many architects who contributed to Bucharest's reputable title of the Little Paris. At present, the cordiality of the two states remains undisputable, and their achievements outstanding. In fact, I'd like to give you another definition of incredible success, an example of someone of Romanian nationality who managed to win a Grand Slam title in women's singles at Roland Garros not too long ago. I'm referring to Simona Halep, the female tennis player who made us Romanians proud in France just a couple of years ago. What is beautiful is how, even as time goes on, the bond between France and Romania remains prosperous. It truly sets an example on the international arena. To conclude, France and Romania converge on three beautiful matters: an aim for collaboration, a predilection for independence, and a culture and people to be proud of. I would like to end off with a quote by Henry Ford, who said, "Se réunir est un début. Rester ensemble est un progrès. Travailler ensemble est la réussite." Coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success. Thank you.
And I've seen you woven inside that speech a little bit of French as well. I am delighted because French is one of the languages I love a lot, even though I don't know, I can't speak it very well, but I love hearing it. Indeed, it's a bit magical, so to say. Thank you very much, Thea, for that speech. Now, there are thousands of languages in the world, and French is the most similar to Romanian. But how many languages did Thea think there are in the world? 1,000? 10,000? 100 million languages? How many languages? Iulia Rotaru, tell us your estimate. Iulia Rotaru, go ahead.
600 languages.
How many?
600.
600 languages. Thea, is that correct? 600 languages in the whole world. Was that the number you were talking about?
Close enough, 6,000.
Close enough, 6,000 for 6,000 languages. Thea, tell me, do we give points to to this answer? Will we grant points or will we move on to the second quiz question?
I think we heard the points. It was just a digital.
Yulia Rotaru, you have heard it right here. You get these points even though you are just one digit off. Thank you very much for that fair play. However, Thea, indeed, France is it has had a good impact on your speech. Talking about having a good impact, there was someone that rallied, that marched for the unification of Romanian territories. Who was it? Who was Thea talking about that rallied for Romanian unification, for the Romanian territories to be unified? There was someone else, I believe, quite important. Raise your hand using the WebEx application so that we might know. Let's see. Yulia Rotaru, your second. No worries. Codreanu Sabin. Go ahead. Codreanu Sabin, you have the floor. Tell us who rallied for the unification of Romanian territories. Can you hear us, Sabin?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, we can hear you as well. Tell us who rallied for the unification of Romanian territories.
Can you see?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Hello, can you see me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you, no. We can hear you, however.
Okay, great. At some point, Thea mentioned that when Romania was in the war with Russia, Napoleon also had a contribution. I'm not sure, but I believe this also was a part. So I'm not sure about my answer, but let's say Napoleon helped.
To ask you this one more time, are you confident in your answer?
Not very, but this is my final one.
If it's your final answer, Sabine, it must be filled with confidence. Say it once more with confidence. Who rallied for the unification of Romanian territories? Say it out loud and proud.
Okay, then I would say Napoleon.
Napoleon. Thea Hartenis, is Napoleon the person who marched for the unification of Romanian territories?
It is Napoleon.
Absolutely, Sabine. Good job. With a little bit of being proud and a little bit of throwing away your anxiousness, you did a good job. Thank you very much, Sabine, for that answer, and you got it correct. You need not remove your emotions from your speech. Good. Thank you very much, Sabine. All right. Are the juries ready with their adjudication? Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Thea, for that speech. And now I would like to invite the representative of Germany, Ana Maria Dudoiu. You have 3 minutes. You have the virtual floor. Here. Ana Maria, can you hear us? Ana Maria Dudoiu. We can't see you, Ana Maria. Maybe your camera or your microphone is off or not working. Your microphone and putting it back in and seeing if that works. Until we get that fixed, seeing as we're online, we're trying to get it fixed with Ana Maria. we'll skip her for just this speech. So we'll move on so we don't keep you too much waiting, because we know your time is important for us. So we will have Ana Maria, once her microphone is fixed, we'll have her give the speech as well. We keep that in mind. Thank you very much for your patience, Ana Maria. Hopefully these technical issues get fixed quite fast. Right, moving on to our next country, that will be Greece, represented by Annelise Radu. Radu, can you hear us? Can we see us?
Yes.
You have
you
3
hear
minutes.
me?
You have the virtual floor.
Honorable board members, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Greece, the birthplace of democracy, the motherland of philosophy, and the cradle of theater. Greece is best known for its ancient sites, beautiful landscapes, and its mythology. The Greek gods are a staple of the ancient Greek culture and are of interest to many individuals today. Just like Greece, Romania has an eventful history and a rich culture. The Greek god Dionysus would have surely appreciated the Romanian wines. Artemis would have admired the beauty of the Romanian fauna and flora. Poseidon would have cherished the whirling, powerful Black Sea, and Zeus would have been amazed by the beauty of Romanian women. Greece and Romania have excellent bilateral relations and strong cultural ties dating back for centuries. Throughout the years, the Romanian and Greek people have shared their cultural affinities in a variety of ways, which only made their relations stronger and more reliable. One could say that Romania and Greece were once sister countries through their royalties. Romania's royal princess, Elizabeth, the eldest daughter of Queen Mary and King Ferdinand, became the Queen of Greece by marriage to King George II. Her brother, King Charles II, married Princess Ellen of Greece, making her the Queen of Romania. This year, on the 25th of March, Greece is celebrating its bicentenary of the Greek Revolution. 200 years have passed since the Filikieteria initiated the Greek War of Independence against the Ottoman rule with the help of Tudor Vladimirescu, a Romanian war hero. This year's celebration is being organized under strict safety measures, with world leaders invited to the military parade. After the Greek Civil War, many Greeks have found shelter in Romania. As the Greek philosopher Aristotle once said, "In poverty and other misfortunes of life, true friends are a sure refuge." Today, Romania hosts a large Greek community, just as there is a large Romanian community in Greece. Nowadays, there are a number of institutions in Romania that promote the Greek culture, traditions, and language. The Hellenic Foundation of Culture has a headquarters in Bucharest, which promotes the Greek art and language to both Romanian and the international public. Another such institution is the Greek School of Greece, Athena, which follows the Greek public educational system and provides a safe learning environment for children who learn about the Greek values and heritage. Many other cultural programs are carried out to promote Greek and Romanian culture and art, with famous singers such as Celia Costa, Mario Fragulis, and Antonis Remos performing on both Greek and Romanian stages. On a more relaxing note, the beautiful silky beaches and ancient ruins in Greece are visited by more than 1 million Romanians every year, with Greece remaining a popular summer destination for the Romanian people. There are also many Greeks interested in the beauties of Romania, such as the Carpathian Mountains, the Danube Delta, the monasteries in Bukovina, and the mysteries of the Transylvanian castles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annelisa, for that splendid speech about Greece. I love Greek mythology, just like any other child. When I was a teeny tiny boy, I loved reading about Greek mythology and Greek history as well. And Annelisa talked about a couple of gods from the Greek mythology. I want to ask you, did you pay attention, and can you remember two of those gods, and what were they the gods of? So not only their names, but what were they the gods of? I see there Teodora Maria Ciobanu with her hand up. Let's see, can you remember the two gods of Greek mythology?
Artemis, the goddess of hunt, and Poseidon, the god of the sea.
Right, absolutely correct. I see you love Greek mythology as well as much as I do, or at least you are paying attention like a true ambassador, a great listener, and an amazing public speaker. Thank you very much, Teodora. an absolutely correct answer. To come back to today's society, Greece is a very popular destination for our vacations, but how many Romanians go to Greece every year? I've heard a number from Annelisa, but I can't really figure out how many. Were they 5 people? Were they maybe 10? I'm not sure how many Romanians go to visit Greece. Let's see, Dumitrescu.
The number was 1 million.
Absolutely. That's a lot of people. 1 million people every year going to Greece from Romania. That shows strong cultural and traditional ties, just like Annelisa told us about. Absolutely correct. 1 million people going every year. I can't even imagine the number 1 million, especially when it comes down to people. Thank you very much, Dumitrescu, for that answer. Judges, are you ready for our next speech? All right. We will have Ana Maria Dudoiu representing Germany at the end, so that hopefully we can have all the online issues fixed. And thank you very much for your patience. However, Ana Maria, we won't forget that. Thank you very much. And now, representing Hungary, Bogdan Bodomoiu, you have the floor for 3 minutes. Hear, hear.
Thank you. Romanian-Hungarian relations have been characterized over time by numerous tense political events. Although there has not always been an effective dialogue, this tense relationship has not been present in all areas. For example, both countries have contributed to the world with amazing inventions such as the pen in Romania or the electric motor in Hungary. Both countries have produced some great people, from amazing painters, musicians, actors, to outstanding athletes. For example, Yolanda Balas, who won several medals in women's high jump in the Olympic Games between 1960 and 1964, is a Romanian of Hungarian origins. I doubt there is a single soul who did not hear about the 1986 European Cup final, won by Romania. Did you know that the coach was Emeric Jenei, who also had Hungarian origins? We all love The Hobbit. It is an amazing story, which, because it became so well known by people of all cultures, backgrounds, and nationalities, was translated into different languages, including Romanian, with amazing artwork done by Liviarus, a graphic artist. In terms of music, we are overwhelmed by dazzling singers and musicians, such as Zsolt Keresté, who composed the Cutele Iubiri, sung by Eva Kiss. Moreover, the two countries were once only one, Romania being a part of the Kingdom of Hungary until it gained its independence. Hungarian culture is heavily promoted in Romania. There are Magyar communities in every city of the country, while Transylvania is the home of roughly 1.2 million of our people. When I visited the beautiful city of Sighișoara, I was surprised to see an entire festival of Hungarian music. Furthermore, there is only one thing I would like to say about the tensions between the two countries. History cannot be changed. Being angry at one another based on something that our ancestors chose to do is useless to fixing our problems. We should instead focus on the future and the relationship that is going to take place instead of that took place. It is now up to us, to all of us, younger and older generations, to put our differences behind and move on as neighbors, to make sure that treaties like the Timișoara Treaty, signed in 1996 by Romania and Hungary, will no longer be necessary. Thank you.
Indeed, anger will never fix problems. We should focus on something else. And that is my question I want to put on you as well. What must we focus on in order to fix our problems. Bogdan talked about it. We should focus on something else, not on anger, but on what? Teya Hartenis, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
I don't, I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. Maria Kihayan, your hand is up as well.
We should focus on the future.
Maria, thank you very much. It's important to focus on the future and not on the past, not on anger, to let go of our anger and to focus on the future. Children, men, women, and everyone else, we need to focus on the future in order to build better relationships as well. But to look back in the past, thank you very much, Maria, for that answer. Look back in the past, both Romania and Hungary have created amazing inventions. My question to you is, can you name 2 of the inventions that Romania and Hungary had, and which was for whom or by whom? Who invented what? So 2 inventions by Romania and Hungary. Let's see if you know the answer to this question. 2 inventions that were made by Romania and by Hungary, that were, of course, said in Bogdan's speech. Let's see, you can raise your hand with the WebEx application so we can know that you're answering the question, that you know the answer. 2 inventions that are very popular, that everyone knows, from Romania and from Hungary. And if no one knows, that's not an issue, because I will be able to answer that question. A very important question as well. Both Romanians and Hungarians, science and in culture. Teodora Maria Ciobanu, you raised your hand shyly there for a little while. Do you want to guess what the answer is? Teodora Maria, go ahead.
I only know one invention. I think it's the ballpoint pen.
Exactly what I have in my hand right now, a ballpoint pen. Good job. Good catch there, Teodora. You were paying attention. Yes, indeed, that was the invention on the Romanian part, the ballpoint pen. Good job. Does anyone know the other invention that Bogdan was talking about? Something that we put in cars, and it's very important to us right now, because without it, we would be getting nowhere. Just like treating and solving problems with anger, we get nowhere. Let's see. Do we have a hand up from someone? Amelia, you have the floor.
Is it the electric motor?
Absolutely, the electric motor. Good answer. The motor that keeps us moving forward, keeps the cars going, keeps everyone moving slowly but steady towards the future, something that we should focus on if we want to become better speakers, better people, and, of course, better ambassadors. Thank you very much, Amelia. Good answer. And without any further ado, the jury, are you ready for our next speaker? All right, thank you very much for that. Okay, and we're moving on towards the representative of Israel, Yalin Zosmer. You have 3 minutes and the virtual floor. Here.
Yes. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, honorable audience. Today, I would like to bring in front of you some little drops of the special friendship between Romania and Israel, seen through the lens of cultural diplomacy. I must confess, I was quite eager to share with you my passion about the relation between my 2 homes, Romania and Israel, as I come from a multicultural family. June 11, 1948, both countries established full diplomatic relations. During the Cold War, Romania was the only country not to break its diplomatic relations to Israel. 1984, the Romanian Minister of Tourism visited Israel. These are all just a couple of facts that lead to an undeniable conclusion. These 2 countries have always supported one another. But nevertheless, this information is just one Google search away. So why am I telling you this? Well, to make you realize that you are a diplomat. What is diplomacy? Such a sumptuous term, yet so few people understand its true meaning. Diplomacy is an art. Diplomacy is the ability to sustain your opinion with eloquent arguments. So whether we are talking about a fight you had with your parents or writing an opinion essay, I'm sure that at least once in your life you have been a diplomat. So let us talk, from diplomat to diplomat, from ambassador to ambassador, about today's subject. Ruben Zelikovic, later Ruben Rubin, was Israel's first ambassador in Romania. You'd think that the very first ambassador that Israel had in Romania would be a man with a bright diplomatic career behind him. Well, Ruben was just a painter coming from a poor family in Galați with 18 children. This only further proves that in order to achieve your final goal, all you need is huge ambition, to put a lot of effort into improving your knowledge, and to understand the context of the present situation. Ruben Rubin, even though he did not have a diplomatic career behind him, embraced all the qualities mentioned above. Thus, he is not only an example of determination and talent, but a symbol of Romania's bond to Israel. Now, I only have one more question. Do you know about Eurovision? I'm sure every one of us has at least heard about it. Well, 1998 represents a remarkable year for Israel, with Dana International becoming the first transgender winner, and proving that Israel promotes gender equality and thinks it is a fundamental concept. Do you know who Romania voted for in 1998 and in 2018 when Israel won? I think you guessed the answer. They voted for Israel. So now, I'm asking you, from diplomat to diplomat, from ambassador to ambassador, to vote, but this time, not at Eurovision, but at Today Ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Yalin, for that extraordinarily good speech. A true ambassador, I have to say. But with the end of every speech, here I come with questions to see if you were paying attention indeed. So, I've heard about full diplomatic relationships between Romania and Israel. Well, what year? I seem to have forgotten the year in which Romania had full diplomatic relationships with Israel. It was 1848, 40 something maybe, or 1746. I'm not sure. What year did Romania and Israel had full diplomatic relationships with? Dumitrescu, Crina?
It was 1948.
Good. And for the full points, do you remember the month and the day? For extra points.
No.
No worries. No, thank you very much, Krina. That is absolutely the correct answer. But does anyone remember the month and the day, 1948, for full diplomatic relations? Of course, besides Yalin, she already knows. Theodora?
It was June 11th.
June 11th, absolutely. Now, Yalin, do you give us permission to give points to both Theodora and Krina for this answer together? Teamwork.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Teamwork is vital. Just like you said, it's important to work together. And in that spirit, we'll be giving both Theodora and Krina points for this answer. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And juries, shall we move on? Absolutely. Thank you very much for that OK symbol. Now, the next country to be represented is Italy by Cristiana Tashko. You have 3 minutes and the virtual floor is here.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Within the broader field of cultural relations, cultural diplomacy engages and empowers local actors to facilitate the creation of spaces for mutual understanding. It reinforces the role of culture as an engine for sustainable social and economic development. I would like to present a cultural relationship between Italy and Romania as a story, as we were told when we were children and we found out about the Roman Empire and the Romanization of the nations. So once upon a time, there were 2 friends that helped and learned from each other, Italy and Romania. They were related by shared Latin identity and similar languages. One of the first characters of this story is the Italian poet Ovidius that lived in exile in Tomis, nowadays Constanța, Romania. He's one of the first to write about the similarities between Romania and Italy, known back then as the far corner of Roman Empire and Rome. This fraternity between Italy and Romania is mostly solidified in cultural relationships, as there are approximately 1.2 million Romanians in Italy and a significant number of Italians in Romania. The social dimension for this relationship has strengthened significantly. One of Romania's best surgeons was Dr. Alexandru Pescamosa, that received an Italian education in Romania, being one of the examples of people with double nationality that has left his marks on both countries, emphasizing a solid foundation of culture in both states. As the story goes on, this developing friendship is, most importantly, based on learning from each other regarding the cultural side. Academia di Romania in Rome and Venice, and the Romanian Institute for Culture and Humanistic Research are the symbols of the flourishing friendship. In Italy, the George Enescu in Italy tour was dedicated to the 130th anniversary of the artist's birth. At the National Art Museum in Bucharest, Italian art is represented through paintings from Domenico Veneziano, Bronzino, and Luca Giordano. There are several campaigns launched regarding cultural diplomacy from both states' ministries of foreign affairs that sought to offer Italians and Romanians the opportunity to take part together in cultural and artistic events meant to highlight the close bonds between Romanians and Italians. We are now reaching recent pages of the story. Singers such as Albano, Gianni Morandi, Andrea Boselli concerted in Romania, all publicly saying that the audience in Romania was like no other. Romanians seemed more than graced to have Luciano Pavarotti in their country, as it was one of the biggest events in 1999. As they grew up, the two states have attended numerous social events such as traditional festivals, art expositions, and symposiums. For many years now, Romania has had Italian festivals in every big city of the country and still continues to do so. They display all parts of Italy from cuisine to travel destinations and music. And as in every friendship, Italy was told by Romania a little secret that every Romanian has danced and sang at least once on Italiano Vero. The story that I have just told you encompasses just a few of the cultural memories that our two main characters shared. The story continues, and the friendship is consolidating day by day. The story will continue, and the next pages are written right now by us. But how will you continue it?
Thank you very much, Christiana. Indeed, how will you continue it? And we know because it's not me or my friends or my brother that are continuing it, but you, everyone, every person listening, watching this on Facebook or in WebEx right now, everyone will continue and become either great speakers, great listeners, or amazing ambassadors. But I know of an event that Christiana talked about. My parents know of it, and it was a very important event. Back in 1999, a famous singer concerted in Romania, and it was of widespread renown. It was amazing. People talked about it, and they still talk about it to this day. Who was that famous singer that joined, that came to Romania, concerted, and had such an amazing voice that it protruded through everyone's ears and remains even 22 years later? Let's see, Amalia Dudoiu. Amalia, you have the floor.
It's Luciano Pavarotti.
Pavarotti, indeed, with a voice of 1,000 men. Indeed, Pavarotti in 1999 came and concerted for the first and the last time, and it was an amazing sight to behold. I was only 5 years old, so I had no idea what. I envy you and everyone who went and saw that live as well. Thank you very much for that answer, Amelia. Absolutely correct. Now, something about history as well. There was this Italian poet that was apparently in exile in Tomis. Who was this Italian poet? What was his name? I seem to have forgotten, or I was not paying attention. We have Miruna.
Yes, his name was Ovidius.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see. Christiana, is that the correct answer? Christiana Tashko, can you tell us, is that the correct answer?
Yes, it is.
Absolutely correct. Thank you very much indeed, Miruna. Good answer. Absolutely, he was the Italian poet in exile in Tunis. I'm glad you know your history or you paid attention to the speech. Judges, are we ready to move on to another country, another representative? All right. Thank you very much. And now, representing Japan, we have Anna Maria Radu. You have 3 minutes on the virtual floor. Here.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll start. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, fellow teachers and students, dear friends, have you ever wondered where us, the nations, the people, the individuals, would stand if we did not have the opportunity to express ourselves? The answer is simple. Imagine an unstable society, a world in which the chaos prevails. It would be a nightmare. This is why we need to express our thoughts, our feelings, our emotions, our true selves. This is why the nations have found a common way to express their values, their traditions, their real meanings through culture. It is widely said that culture brings people together. Take as an example these two nations, Romania and Japan. Two beautiful but different countries, each situated on another edge of the world. Two countries which seem to be distant, but which are actually united by a powerful connection, a connection which did not fade within the passing of time. But what brought these two unlike nations so close? What do they have in common? Simplicity, attention to detail, motivation, and their profound love for culture. There is a famous quote which says, "A nation's culture resides in the hearts and the soul of its people." Both Romania and Japan are proud with their cultures. Consequently, the relations between them are consolidated by culture exchanges. From the simple kawaii aesthetic to the popular anime and manga series such as Attack on Titan, Tokyo Ghoul, or Naruto. From the well-known Pokemon franchise with its adorable Pikachu to the Ikebana decoration technique. From the ancient art of calligraphy to the childish art of origami, which all of us must have tried at least once. Nevertheless, we shall not forget about the Japanese cuisine, and especially about the fact that life is simple and full of flavor, just like sushi. These are just a few examples of Japanese culture integrated in our society. Now, take a moment and think about your goals and your desires. We all have an infinite number of options, but which is the correct path for us? We all need to find our ikigai. Now, ikigai is a Japanese cultural concept meaning a reason for being. Everyone has an ikigai, and everyone needs to find it in order to lead a balanced life. We're all in the search of it. Either we call it ikigai or the meaning of life. It is a common purpose that both Japanese and Romanian people are fighting for. Because at the end of the day, cultural differences should not separate us from each other. They should bring us a collective strength that can benefit all of humanity. All nations should come across the differences between them and take the example of Romania and Japan. Two faraway countries united by their different cultures. Two countries whose friendship flourishes as radiant as the blossom cherry flower. Two countries which managed to find their ikigai. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anna Maria, for that speech. Indeed, I had my childhood filled with anime and manga series, and I personally like them quite a lot. So my question is to you, the public. Can you tell me a couple of examples of animes or manga series? Maybe not only what Anna Maria talked about, but some that you know of as well. Examples of manga and anime series. I know this is an easy question for all of you, but I'd like to check your mettle with your answers. Let's see the first person to hand up. Trushka, Romana, go ahead. Tell us examples of anime or manga series.
Few examples that have been mentioned were Naruto, Tokyo Ghoul, and Pokemon as well.
Yes, absolutely. Naruto, Tokyo Ghoul, and Pokemon as well. Naruto was one of my favorites, I have to say, so I have that very close to my heart. Good job, Trushka, Romana. Thank you very much for that answer. Now, very important. A reason for being. What was that word? I was in Japanese. How do they say it? And what is it? How does it reflect? What was that word? Teodora, Maria, you know, your hand was raised. Now, Dumitrescu, Krina, you have the floor.
It was called Ikigai.
It was called Ikigai. Absolutely correct. Thank you very much. Indeed, Ikigai is a reason for being, and it's important for us and for everyone else to have one. And we all know that what brings us together is exactly what we were talking about today, simplicity in everything. Thank you very much for that speech, Ana Maria. Judges, are you ready with your votes, with your deliberation? Yes, all right. Thank you very much, Ana Maria. And now, bringing in the representative from Mexico, Maria Blaga. You have 3 minutes on the virtual scene. Here.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Blaga, and I come from the Emil Rakovic National College in Iași. And today I'm going to be talking about the bilateral relations between Romania and the United States of Mexico. In the age of globalism, diplomacy has adapted from the control of natural resources to the manipulation of symbols in a mediatized global space, thus making the soft power type of diplomacy, such as cultural diplomacy, much more efficient. With this in mind, we begin to wonder, can culture and its modes of expression unite countries whose geographical and historical contexts cause them to drift apart? We consider our own country, Romania, and the United States of Mexico, two traditionally distant countries that from afar do not seem to share many similarities, nor common political interests, and for which the course of history did more harm rather than good, their diplomatic relations having suffered as a consequence of World War II. Taking a closer look, however, it becomes prominent that both of these culturally rich nations face the same concerns, poverty as well as difficulties in redeeming their international reputations. These shared struggles lay the groundwork to a possible future and better consolidated collaboration, which can only be achieved with the means provided by cultural diplomacy. Before we go any further, in order to gain mutual trust and understanding, it is important to break the barriers created by the stereotypes involving criminal activity in each country, which the media emphasizes. A recent example of this is the infamous money laundering in Quintana Roo, Mexico, led by Florian Tudor, also known as the Shark or El Tiburon. In response, the Mexican borders became more restrictive and hostile towards the Romanians. Such situations, overpromoted by the media, create animosity and ruptures between these two peoples, assumptions which can only be overcome by shifting that public attention from the unfortunate to favorable cultural relations. There have been numerous links between these countries, in fields such as art, literature, music, and the list goes on. As we stated earlier, the cultural exchange that has taken place between Romania and Mexico for almost 90 years should be the most promoted and encouraged aspect. Romanian traditional music has crossed the Mexican border through the group Obârși, coordinated by Grigore Leșe, which participated at the International Festival of Music in Morelia. On the other side of the globe, Romanians discovered Mexican culture through various festivals, such as the Frida Kahlo's festival, meant to familiarize them with two symbols of Mexican art, Frida Kahlo and Diego Rivera. Mexican culture has even slithered into Romanians' daily life, through Mexican soap operas broadcasted on TV, through traditional Mexican dishes, or through Mexican songs on the radio. Either way, its influence is clearly noticeable. The future in education seems promising as well, with student exchanges already taking place in centers such as the University of Nuevo León, broadening our perspective and offering our most precious resource, our youth, the chance to fill in the gap where our ancestors simply could not. In the end, our cultural bridges, common Latin tongue and heritage,
hold enough power and authentic value to stand up against separating waters, time differences, borders, and even prejudices that have divided us long enough. The future lies in our hands only, and it is truly our responsibility to make use of these deep connections and change the narrative of tomorrow. Gracias, and we wish you a wonderful spring.
Thank you very much, Maria, for that amazing speech. Indeed, it's important to have mutual trust. My question is, how do you gain mutual trust? Maria told us about something about uniting something maybe. I'm not very sure. How do you gain mutual trust between countries and between people, especially between Romania and Mexico? How do you gain mutual trust? What's the best way to do so? Maria talked about it. Let's see. Maria Kehayan, tell us your answer.
By breaking the barrier. That's how you gain mutual trust.
Exactly, Maria, by breaking the barriers, breaking stereotypes, and Romania and Mexico have done this absolutely. Thank you very much for that answer. I can see you were paying attention, but now the question that tops the cake. There has been a lot of cultural influence in Romania from Mexico. Romania is known by their festivals, but what other cultural what do we know from Mexico as a culture? What other influences do we have, maybe on television or on radio? What do we share with them? Let's see. Amalia Dudoiu?
Soap operas, Mexican dishes, and Mexican songs on the radio.
Absolutely. Mexican songs on the radio, indeed. Soap operas and cuisine. Absolutely. One of our favorite pastimes, eating, listening, and watching television and dancing, and of course, friendship and mutual trust. Thank you very much for that answer, Amelia. Judges, are we ready to move on? Yes, thank you very much. Now, representing Poland, we have Iris Krista, 3 minutes on the virtual floor. Get here.
Thank you very much. Honorable guests, fellow delegates, Poland believes in culture. Poland believes in building strong ties with Romania, and Poland strives to reach even greater heights than before. That is why I should like to formally congratulate Iga Świątek for being the first Polish tennis player that has won at Roland Garros in 2020, being the youngest winner at 19 years old. She has won the match in 2020 against Simona Halep at the Roland Garros, and they also played this year at Australia Open, which ended in a victory for the Romanian tennis player. We are proud that both Poland and Romania can offer the world two excellent female tennis players, two Grand Slam winners, which offer a truly delightful performance when playing. Poland believes that strong cultural ties should always be present, and even in these difficult times, innovation and one's heritage should become more important than ever. That is why I should like to continue by bringing up the Polish film industry, which has been striving for even greater achievements despite the current pandemic. In 2019, the movie Cold War, a Polish production, won 5 of the most prestigious prizes at the European Film Award and was nominated for 3 Oscars. In 2020, the movie Corpus Christi won many awards and was nominated for Best International Film at the Oscars. And we have big expectations for the 2021 Oscars with the movie Never Gonna Show Again. We appreciate and we hold in high regards our Polish creators, and we see that Romania does the same. We wish to create a safe space in which our artists can flourish and can feel at ease even in these difficult times. On the same note as before, Poland has strived to maintain a much-needed normality in these challenging times. Therefore, in order to continue celebrating the International Holocaust Remembrance Day, the 76th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau has been held as an online event. The current times shouldn't hinder the need to remember and to warn against anti-Semitism. As Piotr Chiwiński, director of the Auschwitz-Birkenau Museum, said, "We are the bystanders of our times," and frankly, that shouldn't be the case. The stories of Jewish survivors need to be told in order to prevent something like this from ever happening again. Furthermore, we believe that in these difficult times, Poland's culture should be nurtured and help to evolve in a digital space. That is why measures have been taken to financially support artists, creators, and institutions in order to carry out their artistic activities even in the current COVID-19 epidemic. Poland is a firm believer in culture and has been deeply immersed in all the great movements of Western culture. The Witcher is one of the most famous Polish literature fantasy book series, written by Andrzej Sapkowski. It has been adapted to award-winning video games and recently a TV show, which has gained more and more popularity in Romania. In 2011, Donald Tusk, the country's prime minister at the time, presented Obama with the second Witcher game. These cultural-based interactions and artistic creations are a great example of Poland's place in the new global economy. Poland is a strong believer in the fact that things are going to improve regarding the challenging times that we currently face. The coronavirus vaccine is hoping to make this a reality, and both Poland and Romania have taken steps in offering our people this opportunity. We are positive that even in the current times, a sense of normality can be achieved, and Poland is striving to make this a reality.
Thank you very much, Elise, for that fantastic speech. And I say fantastic because I've heard things that I really, really enjoy, especially Roland Garros. And this is one of the questions that I want to ask everyone and see if they were paying indeed attention. Who was the first Polish winner at Roland Garros who defeated the finalists there? Can you remember their names? I do remember them, but can you also do it? Let's see. We have Teodora Maria. Go ahead.
Iga Świątek.
Yes.
Let's see if that is true. Iris, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that answer. Indeed, that was the first Polish winner at Roland Garros. Indeed. Now, moving on to the digital space. Just like Iris talked to us about, there was something that she talked about that caught our attention, the name of a famous Polish literature fantasy. What was that book, video game, series, and who was the author? Do you know? Amelia Dudoyu. Amelia, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
It's Witcher, and the author is Andrzej Sapkowski.
Iris, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Absolutely, indeed. The Witcher is quite a famous Polish literature fantasy that has been transformed from a just simple book into a video game, into a worldwide known series, The Witcher. It's amazing. You should see it as well. A famous cultural Polish story. Thank you very much for that speech. Thank you very much to you for listening and for your answers. Judges, shall we move on? Absolutely. I love their vote of confidence. Now, representing Russia, Romana Trushka, 3 minutes. You have the virtual podium. Here.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, honorable audience, I have a question for you. Have you ever been told that you shouldn't sit in a corner of the table or else you won't marry? Or are people happy for you when your hands itch because that means you'll gain a fortune? My dear audience, if you responded to these questions affirmative, that means you also responded to the question, does Romania have anything in common with Russia? Just as we share these simple superstitions, such as the supposed misfortune that whistling brings in the house, we also share amazing culture and traditions, our common values, deeply connected histories, and yes, even our colorful traditional clothing. These are what define us. When people hear Russia, they think of funny people under the influence of alcohol, the brutally cold winters and bears passing in the streets. This representation is indeed amusing, but rather bittersweet. This country has cultivated so many bright authors and composers. I don't think there is one person in this meeting that hasn't read a novel by Tolstoy or Dostoevsky or hasn't heard a composition by Tchaikovsky. We have proved our amazing capabilities on a cultural level, one example being gymnastics. Russia has seen more success in the sport than any other country by far, with an astonishing 35 Olympic gold medals, but Romania holds second place in the ranks with 22. Cătălina Ponor, Simona Amânar, Andreea Răducan. These are just few examples of outstanding competition for our own Elena Davidova and Svetlana Korkina. And we can all remember the amazing achievements of Nadia Comaneci, the first gymnast to ever get pristine results, something that our nation is proud of. Romania, a Latin country with Slavic affiliations in the midst of the Balkans, a country that joined EU on January 1st, 2007 and became a part of NATO, has yet managed to have amazing bilateral relations with the Russian Federation, despite our political discrepancies. Our nations have been evolving as states through the years as equals, our relations deepening further as time went by. We have broadened the economic, political, and most importantly, the cultural relations between our states in the past few years. Our cultures have begun to blend. As multiple cultural events such as concerts and photography expositions have been launched, where people learned about Romanian traditional suits, folkloric dances, and national movies, all of these around the 1st of January, the day marked in Moscow as the Day of Romanians from Everywhere and Children's Day. Russia, since the centenary year 2018, has 2 legally registered cultural Romanian societies in Moscow and in Tomsk. These ensure the minorities' Romanian cultural identity and their rights to practice and preserve their traditions. We also feel the need to mention the Russian Lipovan minority, also known as CRLR, that resides in Bukovina, Muntenia, Moldova, and Dobrogea, where we have observed various intercultural festivals, as they also celebrate on 12th of February the Russian Lipovan Community Day and the Russian Language Day. CRLR also has a central office in Bucharest, where they promote the history, the culture, and the traditions of their community in Romania. Given all of this, it is impossible to deny the strong and long-standing cultural relationship between Romania and the Russian Federation. We sincerely hope that it will reflect positively upon our country's political and economic relations, and that it will bring both our nation as much fortune and good luck as when it rains on someone's wedding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Romana. You've awakened pleasant memories of authors and composers of Russian origin that I've listened to when I was a child. My family was very close to Russian culture. A lot, they loved ballet and they loved music, especially Russian music. So my question to you is, can you name a couple of composers, Russian composers or Russian authors that Romana talked about of Russian origin? Let's see. Cristian, Andrei.
Tchaikovsky as a music composer and Dostoevsky as a writer, as far as I remember.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you. That is a good answer. Thank you very much, Cristian. Indeed, these are very known composers and producers and authors in Russian culture. But now, let's ask the judges. Are we ready for the next speech? Yes. As you have to answer questions, the judges also have to answer very important questions, and that is, are we ready? And of course we are. All right, thank you very much, Romana, for that amazing speech. And now, the representative of Spain, Briana Dociu, you have 3 minutes on the virtual floor. Good luck. Hear, hear.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, teachers, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. My name is Briana Alexia Dociu, and today I'm speaking on behalf of the Kingdom of Spain about the diplomatic culture of Spain and the bilateral relationships with Romania. I'm not here today to win something for myself, but to transmit a message for each one of you. Listen and understand the life lesson I'm trying to give. Spanish people tend to speak loudly and melodically. Every story they say tend to be rhythmic and rhymed. So I, representing the culture and diplomacy of Spain today, will start poetic, loud, impressive, and authentic, as our feelings expressed, as our speech is impressed, in a poetic form, talking about feelings. Our contemporary artists are considered un poco loco por el concepto de amor, a little bit crazy about the concept of love. All of us present here felt at some point in their lives the feeling of love, the urge to be present in someone's life as a constant person, reaching their souls, seeing their hearts, fulfilling together your life goals. I myself felt this for a while now. This concept is also one sought expression of feelings in contemporary Romanian art, together with traditions originated in Romania. Love is a construction, and each historical period has developed a different conception of it and of the links between marriage, romance, and love. construction that our country developed also in our diplomacy. This being said, introducing the cultural activity of the Embassy of Spain in Bucharest, this part of our collaboration has been remarkable since 2019. Miguel Sawyer is Cultural Consigliere Embassy of Spain to Romania, and because of him, our relationship led into Spain and Romania cultural partners. It has registered a significant increase in terms of initiatives and number of events, which has led to a highly visible presence of Spanish culture in Romania. To celebrate the bicentenary of Prado Museum in Romania, a large copy of the famous painting Les Meninas, the ladies from the royal court, made by the Spanish artist Diego Velázquez, has been exhibited in several high schools in Bucharest. Talking about arts, in Spanish culture, the way of storytelling is unique. When Franco at last died in November 1975, the important work of establishing democracy has immediate impact of Spanish letters. Storytelling became the mantra of a new generation of Spanish novelists. The Spanish literature has known in all Europe, including Romania, and that was shown by the Spanish writing written by Romanian artists like Ana Blandiana, Philip Florian, Dan Lungu, and Simona Sora. We love to share our cultural view with Romania, but our relationship started a long time ago, in 1967, 21 years after our relations have been broken. Our bilateral relations have been close all these years, both our countries being full members of the Latin Union, of NATO, and of the European Union. We welcomed Romanian people, today living more than 500,000 Romanians in our country, and treated them with the love, respect, passion, and warmth as we do with native Spanish people. So, concluding myself, I want to finish by asking a question that everyone hearing this should ask themselves. Our relationship with Romania in the cultural and diplomatic field has been one full of devotion, passion, warmth, and everyone here had only 16 seconds more to live. We would be proud of our collaboration, relation, and cooperation. We would not have any regrets that we could have done more, showing we love their culture and people every day. But now, ask yourself this. If you had 16 seconds left to live, would you regret not doing something? Maybe doing it differently. Would you like to be done much more than you did? More intense, passionate, more full of love? If your answer is yes, do it. Live every 16 seconds as if they were your last, and see how it changes your life. Live with love, like we do in Spain. Will you? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Brianna, for that very passionate speech. Indeed, if I only had 60 seconds to live, I will live in them with love. I am fully convinced, Brianna. And I do not regret anything, for this competition has brought on the best speakers and the best ambassadors, and I am proud to hear each and every one of you with love and passion, especially for speaking. But speaking of speaking, I've asked you about history, I've asked you about language, but can you speak Spanish? How do you translate a little bit of crazy about the concept of love? Now, Brianna said this in her speech, but are you able to say it in Spanish just like she did, an amazing way she did as well? Rotem, let's hear you. Can you say it in Spanish?
I remember the first part about the un poco loco about.
Indeed. Un poco loco, and can you remember the rest?
So wait, I know that love is amor, but I don't remember the rest.
We'll try to catch a teammate and see if she or she can help you out. Krina, can you help Rotem out?
Yes, un poco loco por el concepto de amor.
Brianna, is this the correct way to say it in Spanish?
Yes, this is actually the correct way to say it in Spanish.
Absolutely. Brianna, do you give us permission to give both Rotem and Trina points together because of their teamwork?
Of course, they deserve them.
Absolutely. They deserve them just like everyone else joining here. Thank you very much, Brianna, for them indeed. Trina and Rotem, I loved your teamwork, just like I love every single one of you speakers here and everyone in the audience as well. As much as I love everyone else, judges, we have a job to do. Are you ready? Yes. Well then, let's move on forward from Spain. Brianna, thank you very much. To the Netherlands, Sarah Soric, you have the floor for 3 minutes. Here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Sarah Soric, and I would first like to thank you for the honor of allowing me to speak at today's contest for young diplomats. It takes joint effort, trust, and cooperation to develop and maintain fruitful bilateral relations. Romania and the Netherlands have proved to encompass these values into their diplomatic relations, therefore generating mutual benefits and positive outcomes in matters of economy, science, education, etc. The roots of this prolific relationship emerged in 1880. Today, more than 140 years later, the alliance between Romania and the Netherlands is stronger and more prosperous than ever. One of the many fields which has flourished through the bilateralism between the two countries is education. It is a well-known fact that both the Dutch and the Romanian educational systems provide quality teaching that benefits both sides. For instance, numerous Romanian students chose to pursue their undergraduate or master's degree in Dutch universities, where they can choose to study from a vast array of programs for affordable tuition fees. According to NUFIC statistics, more than 3,600 Romanians studied in 2019 in the Netherlands. And following the Brexit, more and more Romanian students started adding the Netherlands to their list of options. The good relations between the two states have also facilitated the establishment of schools with a curriculum that aims to incorporate a country's culture and language with that of its partners. The Trekvogel, for example, is a Dutch language school based in Bucharest that promotes a Dutch way of education and cultural activities for children. His correspondent in the Netherlands is Școala Românească, a Romanian weekend language school in Amsterdam. The educational link is further enabled through language courses, which encourage a didactic approach to a country's culture. Undoubtedly, all of these represent only a small fraction of what cultural diplomacy can really impact, but nonetheless, they are living proof of a genuine relation between countries that want to evolve as a whole. Cultural diplomacy reveals the soul of a nation. I deem this quote relevant for the essence of the bilateral relations between Romania and the Netherlands, as they provide us not only with advantages of personal interest, but also with an insight into a country's character. Being one of the pillars of cultural diplomacy, education is, as a result, the element which supports both states in achieving innovation, development, and a peaceful environment for future generations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for that speech, Sarah. Indeed, the Netherlands and Romania have thrived in the educational area for quite some time. And speaking of education, I'd like to ask you a question. 2009 was an important year for Romanian students, but why? What happened in 2009? Was there something important for Romanian students in 2009? Did they do something interesting in the Netherlands? And if they did, how many were there in the Netherlands? So in 2009, from Romania, what was important there? Maria Kihayan.
Over 3,000 people went to Holland to study there.
Absolutely, over 3,000 people, specifically 3,600 people studied in the Netherlands in 2019. That is a lot of people. A lot of people because it shows that the Netherlands and Romania have a good educational system, especially if they work together. Thank you very much, Maria, for that answer. Thank you very much, Sarah, for that speech. And now, judges, are we ready to move forward? Of course we are. Now, we've come to the UK. Ilinca Dumitrescu, 3 minutes on the virtual floor. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Honorable ambassadors, fellow colleagues, esteemed audience. What makes a garden beautiful? Is it the bright and colorful petals or the infinite shades of green? When it comes to addressing bilateral relations between the United Kingdom and Romania, the contrast between them is much like the difference between a flower and a stem. Whereas one is remembered for exploring the world in search of prosperity, the other is recognized for its abiding purpose to protect the early customs and traditions of the land. Despite all of our differences, our love for art and culture is one thing we have in common. Although it is renowned for its involvement in scientific fields, our literature and artworks are undoubtedly as valuable. Let us suppose that literature is the equivalent of daffodils. Assuredly, names such as Oscar Wilde, George Orwell, Jane Austen, or Charles Dickens have made their way onto countless bookshelves, into countless gardens, of people from all around the world, regardless of language, age, or artistic preference. The same way writers like Mircea Eliade and Mihai Eminescu have made their way onto ours. We are peoples aware of the beauty and significance of daffodils in a garden, as they bring an intense gold splash into a mild scenery. But perhaps it is not literature that is of the greatest importance, but the art of music, the same way some prefer daisies over daffodils. Each decade brought out new waves of melodic breakthroughs that managed to impact a myriad of generations. Pink Floyd, the Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin, and Queen are just a few bands which people of all ages grew up loving and celebrating. Although many artists have never gotten the chance to arrive in Romania, some managed. In 2007, the Rolling Stones, and in 2013, Pink Floyd, made their way onto Eastern European territory, allowing tens of thousands of fans to see their idols performing live. Whereas culture is about the past, education focuses on preserving the future. Because how would the tree thrive without solid roots? Since Romania's EU accession in 2007, increasingly high numbers of students have headed for British universities. Our nation is currently the most popular destination for Romanian students to study abroad, with over 9,000 of them in 2018. This large number led to the formation of small communities in UK territory. Peonies are entering the realm of the roses. What could happen when these two are tangled together? To put it simply, they end up sharing their supplies. Therefore, newly established Romanian businesses such as restaurants and shops carry their homeland traditions and allow outsiders to partake in them, as if to say we are welcome to experience Romanian practices. Our passion for art alone are not the only thing that we have in common, but rulers as well. Princess Maria Alexandra Victoria of Edinburgh, later known as Queen Maria of Romania, is the granddaughter of Queen Victoria's. Not to mention that Prince Charles, heir to the British throne, has been promoting traveling to Romania, frequently addressing the country's charm and elegance. Our two nations, gardens or not, ought to be considered friends. We have gone through incredible events, both battles and alliances, yet our relations have never been more powerful. George Eliot once said, "What do we live for if it is not to make life less difficult for each other?" We are all unique flowers living in one garden. We must combine our strengths and ensure the best life for future blossoms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ilinka, for that wonderful speech. I really love it when we speak about flowers and we add them in our speech because they indeed blossom and bring the niceness in everyone. No one can hate flowers, even if sometimes some people might be allergic, but the sight of flowers and their beautiful colors bring people together artistically, culturally, and likewise. But my question to you is, we've talked about cultural diplomacy a lot, and it's in the name, cultural. Can you tell me what Irinka was talking about when she talked about a lot of cultural influences, authors in bookshelves, our bookshelves, their bookshelves, maybe music bands? Do you know of any from Romania or from the UK? Let's see, Amelia, you have the floor.
She talked about Charles Dickens, Oscar Wilde, and referring to bands, she mentioned Pink Floyd, Queen, Rolling Stones.
Ooh, I like that. A comprehensive answer, authors and music bands. Good job, Amelia. You were paying attention, or just like me, maybe you're just a huge fan. You're a huge fan of Pink Floyd or these authors as well. Thank you very much for that answer. But we've spoken enough of culture and enough of Pink Floyd. Judges, are we ready to move forward to our next speaker? Of course, we are representing the USA. Dara Mitsu, you have 3 minutes on the virtual floor. Here.
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, esteemed members of the board, fellow students. Could you hear that? Silence. Being a good listener is fascinating, since diplomacy isn't always about getting your point across or influencing decisions. Diplomacy is listening. It is understanding. It is the people and their connections through generations that hold nations together as one community. How couldn't we marvel at its evolution? 2021 marks 24 years since the signing of the strategic partnership between the United States of America and Romania. Highlighted as one of Romania's greatest assets in this collaboration is our security. As part of NATO, both our trusted inclination towards synchronizing with a North Atlantic view and our advantageous geographical position made our country the top choice for implementing the anti-ballistic missile shield on our grounds, as well as allowing Navy troop trainings in the Black Sea. In the view of foreign affairs, the newly instated Biden administration has already communicated its firm position towards ensuring a well-functioning democratic system in all partner countries. Their agenda focuses on promoting the rule of law as well as the Human Rights Act, especially in matters of anti-corruption, anti-authoritarianism, and anti-Semitism. Now, although these areas of traditional diplomacy are of great value, other areas are the ones that will truly ensure the tight relationship between our countries for years to come. In the field of tech, for instance, advancements in actively fighting cyber threats led Romania to its position as the European Center in Cybersecurity. Developments in areas with so much future prospect are sure to make a positive impact on our connection. Culture plays a key role in reinforcing US-Romania relations, helping people at all levels come together to understand their pasts and help build a better future. At home, foundations such as American Corners organize cultural, educational, and interactive programs to connect with Romanians for a better understanding of US history and cultural values. Both the American School and the scholarships that they offer help guide young minds towards American educational prospects, like attending university abroad. Overseas, the Romanian Film Festival showcases films such as Dogs, portraying Romanian dramatic settings and life lessons. Our art, such as Brâncuși's sculptures that decorate museums nationwide, or music, like Enesco's symphonies that still sound through New York operas, have the same aim: exposure of Romanian values. The positive outlook on our country isn't anything new. Even back in '84, Romania was applauded, being one of 2 Eastern Bloc nations to participate at the LA Summer Olympics, refusing to follow the Soviets' boycott, who were just pissed about the Moscow turnout 4 years prior. Thereafter, generations of Romanians, Americans, of Romanian Americans have made sure of the perpetuation of values, of traditions, of understanding. Isn't it funny how Sebastian Stan gets to play in Stan Lee's Marvel? Is it wonderful that they both got to be proud of their Romanian heritage abroad? Culture is what helped make all of it possible. The world is bigger than us, but what if we let it bring us together instead of set us apart? Thank you so much.
Absolutely fantastic speech, Dara. Thank you very much for that. I indeed love the American culture as well, and love the way you've portrayed it as well, because indeed, American culture and Romanian culture do vibe really, really well. And my question to you, everyone at home, is exactly this. Can you tell me some of the Romanian culture that has been seen abroad? Dara talked about about people, about works of art as well. Who do the Americans know us by when it comes down to culture? Let me just, Krina, you have the floor.
Yes, she talked about Constantin Brâncuș's sculptures and Enescu's symphonies.
Absolutely correct. Thank you very much, Krina, for that answer. It's been quite a while and everyone has been paying attention. I'm really glad to hear that. However, we are not done. We still have one more representative left. Judges, are we ready? Of course we are. We're as ready as we can be. Representing Germany, Ana Maria Dudoiu, thank you very much for your patience. You have the floor.
Thank you for your time and patience. Can you hear me?
Of online competitions. However, I'd like to thank everyone for being here, for hearing us, and for listening to all the ambassadors that have been giving speeches today.
I would like also to express my congratulations to each of you. It was amazing to hear you, and it is amazing to see what is the future of Romania with the young generation. And hopefully, I hope the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Romania will understand that they have a potential future ambassadors in you. So thank you very much for express yourself today as really the best ambassadors of the next generation. And I will tell you something more. I just received a message from Canada. From Canada, somebody wrote me, I am watching the contest too. I am impressed of the high level of knowledge and good attitude. My favorite, I will not say. Okay, I will say. My favorite, to say, it's not fair. It's not fair. I will not mention it. But it's very, very interesting to inform you that many people around the world watching you now. So I'm proud being together this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much. No pressure there. Ana Maria, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, finally. Thank you very much, Ana Maria. 3 minutes, you have the virtual stage. Good luck.
Thank you for recognition. Thank you. Your Excellencies, honorable audience, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, the Federal Republic of Germany and Romania have maintained and developed high social cultural relations over time. We contend that the relaunch of the strategic partnership between Romania and the Federal Republic of Germany opens new opportunities, and in this context, cultural diplomacy becomes one of the functional mechanisms of international relations management in the 21st century, which can strengthen trust and understanding as complementary values of democracy. Both culture and diplomacy are areas based on dialogue, representing the need for societies to understand each other. Both have a tradition of representing individuals, nations, and their interests. The role of cultural diplomacy is to present ideas and ideals, philosophical arguments, ways of looking at the world and transmitting them to the public. At the national level of Romania, a project from the Culture Program of the European Union with major implication in strengthening the European culture relations was carried out with great success. Sibiu was elected European Capital of Culture in 2007 based on a program of significant cultural events able to highlight the European cultural identity of the city. We are honored to promote the film and theater industry. Romania is a culture universe that must be capitalized on and shown to the world. And in this context, we remind that the Romanian director Cristi Puiu won the award for Best Director at Berlin Film Festival in 2020, Berlinale. Malmkrog is Cristi's most challenging project so far. It's a vintage film made after an original screenplay adapted by the Russian philosopher Vladimir Solovyev's text Three Conversations. The movie was shot in Malacra village in Romania's Sibiu County, perfectly illustrating cultural diversity promoted through our Romanian-German heritage. We promote the best connections, including with the help of the Swabian community from Banat in Germany, representatives being Stefan Hell and Herta Müller, Nobel Prize winners from Germany who were born and finished schools in Timișoara and its surroundings. The education of society unites us. Culture brings people together, as he brought together Mihai Minescu and Schopenhauer, George Enescu, and Mihail Cogălnicianu, who wrote one of the first studies in German on Romanian language and literature, Românische oder Valaște Sprache und Literatur. Personalities such as Titu Maiorescu, Mihai Minescu, Nicolae Iorga, and Emil Cioran also studied in Berlin. Moreover, when he was foreign minister, Nicolae Titulescu had an excellent relation and collaboration with his counterpart Gustav Stresemann, and together they engaged in promoting reciprocal relations and collaboration between the two countries. In conclusion, we believe that European cultural diplomacy is an important factor in influencing how member states can implement measures for progress and modernization based on common values. Romanian culture, in its German projection, is our main asset. From Vianu or Blaga to the tens of thousands of Romanian students from today's German universities, from the big burgs or small settlements in Transylvania to a million Romanian messengers from Germany, a common heritage connects us to this country and to the Germans. Extraordinary human, culture, religious and spiritual. Let's keep and enrich this asset for our benefit, but also for the past and for the future. Thank you for the opportunity to be present in front of you in an attempt to convey an overview of the intercultural and diplomatic relations between Romania and the Federal Republic of Germany.
Thank you very much, Ana Maria. That was an amazing speech. But with a speech, here comes the quiz as well. Don't think I've forgotten. There were many cultural figures, many cultural heads from Romania and Germany that were talked about, but only some studied in Berlin. Can anyone remember who studied in Berlin as a cultural figurehead? Maria Chihan, you were first with your hand up.
Wasn't it Mihai Cogălnicianu, and he also wrote a book in German? If I'm not
Yes.
Okay.
Ana Maria, is that true?
Yes, it is indeed.
Very much. And Ana Maria, thank you very much, Maria, for paying attention. Good job on that quiz. I'm really happy that everyone is paying attention. I'm really happy that we've gotten to the end of our speakers. It's been a long day. We had amazing public speakers. We've had amazing ambassadors. And now, just to reiterate a bit, to remember what country was represented by whom, I'd like to tell you from the beginning. We had Canada, represented by Evelyn Jekel. We've had Denmark, represented by Tudor Grosu. We've had France, represented by Thea Hartenis. Germany, represented by Ana Maria Dudoiu. Greece, represented by Annelisa Radu. Hungary, represented by Bogdan Bodomoiu. Israel, represented by Yalin Zosmer. Italy, represented by Cristiana Tashko. Japan, represented by Ana Maria Radu. Mexico, represented by Maria Blaga. Poland, represented by Iris Krista. Russia, represented by Romana Trushka. Spain, represented by Briana Dociu. The Netherlands, represented by Sara Soric. The UK, Ilinca Dumitrescu. And the United States of America, Dara Nitsu. A huge round of applause for each and every single ambassador that has been given today's speeches. They were absolutely amazing. The anxiousness and the online environment with all the problems that we've had. They've faced them with courage and passion, and that's what I love to see in our future public speakers and ambassadors. Absolutely wonderful indeed. And now, because it's not only about the ambassadors or us, it's about you as well. The people get to vote. We will be having a voting session as we had with the gymnasium track. You will be able to pick your favorite out of 5. You will have 5 votes to give out. Of course, the first one you will get will be the first person, the most favorite, your favorite pick. Then you will choose from a drop-down menu your favorite person, and then you'll click OK. Afterwards, you'll pick your second favorite, then your third, your fourth, and last but not least, your 5th favorite. We will be having these scores, and these scores are very important for them, for us, and of course, for you as well. All right, here we have on screen the first question. Who is your most favorite speaker? Who was the best ambassador? Who had the most amazing style? Who managed to convince you that the relationships between Romania and that country are the greatest or the best? Who do you believe will be the best ambassador for Romania?
I'm waiting to see who is the best ambassador.
I am also eagerly waiting to see who is he or she, because we've had an amazing race. Everyone was absolutely brilliant. Everyone did an awesome job. I'm not even sure. I don't want to be in the judges' feet or your feet to choose the best, because I can't. You have 1 minute for voting. A couple of seconds left now. Choose wisely. I hope tensions and emotions are going from one place to another in our speakers. I know they've had a long day, but a very powerful emotion right there, anxiousness. And
I will continue the message from Canada. On the second round, I have loved many of the speeches, and I have to underline many of you, especially very, 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 but many of you, I will not mention who.
Not mentioned. All right, we'll keep it as a surprise then.
We will keep it as a surprise. Exactly.
Yes, of course, of course. All right. We've had our voting done for the first competitor, and now we'll wait a little bit for the computer to work its magic, the IT team to create everything behind the scenes, and in a couple of seconds we'll be having on our screen the question for our second favorite speaker, the person who will have the second place. Just a few more seconds. It is indeed a very, very complicated competition. Every speaker was amazing. Every speech was unique. Remember, all your votes count, so vote to your heart's content. Vote with your mind, vote with your heart, vote with your soul. All right. Let's see who the second speaker will be from the audience's perspective. On the screen right now. Yes, tell us, who do you think will take second place today? You're not the only ones thinking about it. The judges are also thinking. They're having a very hard time deciding who will be the first, second, third place at this absolutely amazing competition with absolutely amazing ambassadors and speeches. I have been left speechless to the style and the absolutely great content that these children have made. The amount of hard-working hours you have to put in these speeches is formidable. So we'd like to thank each and every one of you for participating, for just listening, and of course for voting.
I appreciate the wide knowledge. You succeeded to answer to so many not so easy questions.
Yes, indeed.
Congratulations.
Yes, paying attention to so many speeches and answering questions that were not so easy. Some might have thought, oh, maybe they're easy.
So remember, You are the future of Romania.
Absolutely. You have to represent us.
You are the future of the next generation.
Yes.
Those from Israel, you are the future of the next generation. In Israel and then in the world. The same goes from Romania.
Absolutely. And we have faith. And today we've seen that you can and will be
Yes,
a very
exactly.
powerful next generation. Thank you for your votes for your second favorite. And in a couple of seconds, after the IT team works their magic, we will have our third favorite public speaker.
We trust you all, and we are we are more than happy that we have the opportunity to have you today in our studio in Laude-Reut Educational Complex. So when we will be able to meet you here, remember the door is open. Our studio and our technician, our expert in IT, in digital, diplomacy, are waiting for you here.
Just like our student said, e-diplomacy.
E-diplomacy.
That is
Bogdan, you are great.
All right. Now, the third favorite speaker. You have the votes on your screen. Vote for your third favorite speaker. It's important to vote because they all have chances. The jury, we do not know what the jury are thinking, how they're doing, what they're saying, and what they're deliberating over there in the back. Hopefully,
very interesting.
Today it will be interesting. Surely it will be close, but we'll have to see. Someone has to win. Someone has to be second and third place as well.
Those who will win, I intend to write to the ambassadors, to the ambassador here in Romania, to introduce you that you succeeded to win this contest and to represent their country. So remember, we have another step.
There is a follow-up to this. So it's important for us, for you. So vote with confidence. Because I believe that every single person here today did a marvelous job. And regardless of who they are, they'll be an awesome representative for the Today Ambassador. The time is up for voting your third favorite. And now, once the computer works its magic, we'll be moving on to our fourth to see, indeed, who is worthy of those points. Whew. I know I've made a list for myself, and I've tried to have the best, but I just can't. There are so many good speeches, so many good students talking about absolutely anything and everything. So much content. And
so much content, as I know that in a real time, in the real positions in the foreign minister, there are 40 positions now waiting for you.
Yeah, so quite a lot, some positions to fight for with all your might and your skill as public speakers and ambassadors. Right? I think we can have the next votes on your screen right now. Your fourth favorite speaker of today's session. Remember, each vote counts. Everyone and anyone can win. We believe it's a very close-knit competition. So vote with your heads. Vote, and it's important to express your opinion, just like each and every other speaker today expressed their thoughts, their ideas, their emotions, and the jury as well. They're hard deliberating right now, and I don't want to be in their shoes. I don't want to choose the best out of the best. Sorry. But you can also sway their decision with your votes.
I believe it's very difficult to choose.
Yes. Will it be the style that made their speech, or the amount of content, the amount of numbers and authors and festivals that we've been bestowed? Who knows? What will you choose? I know what I chose, but I'm not going to say. That's a surprise. But my vote, of course, doesn't count as much as yours does. And the jury's. All right. Time is up for the fourth favorite. Giving a little bit of time to our computer to work their magic in our IT team. Of course, the best of the best. Ooh. I know it's been a tiring day. I know it's been a long day, but on the screen, you will be having your next favorite, specifically your fifth favorite. In any second now, we will be having your next vote. It's soon, not too much. Hopefully you remembered all the speeches and everything that everyone has said. I know I did. It was absolutely incredible. All right. Voting tallies are up on the screen. Pick your fifth favorite speaker. I know there are so many. I can't even pick 10 out of all of them. There's so many awesome and amazing speeches, but you have to pick your fifth favorite speaker, favorite ambassador, the one who had the most fire in their speech, the one who managed to be as diplomatic as possible, the one who brought culture and artistry in their speech that made and linked Romania and other countries.
You know what? This evening, we are making the difference.
Indeed.
Remember, no?
Yes, of course.
Am I right?
Of course.
We're making a difference to see what does it mean, an excellent generation.
Yes, a generation like no other.
Yes.
I have to say. Plus, facing challenges online.
And believe me, really, we are proud to be part, to host you here today.
Yes, it's a challenge for you, and you've shown that, all the children have shown that they can get past the challenge, past the online difficulties, the microphone issues, and the anxiety of being in front of a camera is different than being face to face, and we applaud that challenge and the willpower to be ambassadors. In today's e-diplomacy, it's something, this is the first generation that's going to use this type of diplomacy.
You know, something good happened with the context of COVID-19, that we move with our program, with the diplomacy to the ambassador, we move to e-diplomacy.
Absolutely. Making
something good.
Yes, of course. Diversifying our type of diplomacy is something that we haven't thought of, but we were forced to. And
that means that we used to adapt ourselves to the situation, to the reality.
Yes, and it was a challenge. And all our 21 speakers got up to the challenge, rose up to the challenge, and did an amazing job there.
I don't know, part of you remember where we celebrated the Today Ambassador 2 years ago in the Parliament.
Indeed, that was quite an interesting.
And hopefully soon we will return to our tradition.
Of course we will.
Yes.
Absolutely. Now, the sixth favorite speaker will be up on the screen. No? Five favorite speakers. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day. Thank you very much for all your votes. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for being here. And now, a much needed rest, a 10-minute pause for everyone to go drink a glass of water, to relax, and we will see each other in 10 minutes for the final results of the much-awaited quiz winner, as well as, of course, the gymnasium track and the high school track.
So we will meet after 10 minutes.
After 10 minutes of break, see you at 7:14.
You might be the one taking me home. One thing really to one. See that you wish, but I don't know. Is that true? Break up little silence. The things they think they know. Baby, that's why I just keep thinking that it all goes. What I get into. I bet that he's smiling, but in my pieces, none of that inside. I know I can see Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. Getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for me. I've been flying from town to town, from London to the Saigon. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Ready to explore right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and the joy in your fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to the Savannah. I've been all around the globe trying to protect yourself. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. So I've come to the conclusion, just a rotten piece of fruit. So I'll end up dying slowly, rotting away. See, I just want to be able to climb without to get out of this basement and run. Please drag me down. Let me get closer to that. Please drag me down there. And I can be free. So I've come to the conclusion, I'm just one man in thousands. In this world I love them, share them through, fine without you. The chemicals in my head don't work as yours. Cause everything's so dark, things are every kind of drops please strike me thunder. Let me get closer to the light. Let me go under the water till I can begin. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. And I've been chilling, watching the ocean blue. Booty up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our clouds when people change, but not us. And we just chilling, kicking it just by the sun. The sun to the skin in the mountain. And let's get up the clouds when things have changed. But listen, and the clouds don't run it. Cause your eyes deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes are funny, and I'm tired of running. I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Simmer down and wish me out. Dripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. And driving round in the right phone. Shivers down my spine. Oh, you got me running. Even if I lost my money, losing my mind's deep running. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me running, running. Even if I just found something, I'll tell me how. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me You're always stuck in my head, you know I can't forget it. I try to move on, but you're the one that I dream about. I sit alone in my room, drawing up pictures of blue sky. I've been here for so long, I'm always replaying all the pictures and memories stacked up in my head. I wish I could let you go, I wish I could just forget. I can never take you home. You're sticky and missing from me. I can never shake you out. I'm always trying to get rid of you. Never shaking you Friends who say I'm fine, I'm not don't belong in this fantasy world I put you and me in. I'm caught up on my heels, 'cause I know, baby, it's working. It's working. Sticky I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Can't scroll, I can't let you go. Then you say I'm addicted to you. Can't scroll, I can't let you go. Then you say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the line. Wanna feel that real love from within me. I want your love, your heart, your just enough to get me through. Me too. 'Cause you're just so perfect for me. Wait for you, wait for you.
I'm on my thinking, passing the time. It's can't get it right. Hoping you see me from morning to stars. I'm on my thinking, when you could be me. Please, love, can you take it back?
Sing it. Will you love me?
Please, love, yes, take the time. Can't scroll, I can't let you go. Yes, I'm addicted to you. This ain't love, no, this ain't love, no, this is artificial. This ain't love, no, this ain't love, no, this is artificial. Words in my head aren't sounding no more. I don't know if I can do this anymore. Is there really someone? Is there someone I will let?
So, Theo and I wanted very, very much to inform you the surprise of this evening.
What is the surprise?
First of all, it wasn't planned to be before. We decided, after meeting you and seeing your wide knowledge, we decided to nominate today the best delegates of this evening, of this event.
Oh,
okay. And I'm not sure that you are able to guess, but we will tell you.
Of course.
Amelia, did you? We will applaud. Teodora Chobanu and Maria Kechayan. We, all of us, choose you the best delegates of the public speaking contest. Congratulations.
The quiz part of the contest, congratulations. You were attentive, you were there, you answered the questions that were pretty hard.
Yes. We saw the wide knowledge you accumulate in these 16 years old.
Yes.
15, 16 years old.
Absolutely.
So we appreciate it.
Yes, we appreciate the fact that you were paying attention, that you were on your feet with the questions. And I want to say a little bit of a secret. I made up the questions on the spot because you needed to answer on the spot. You needed impromptu questions.
I asked Theo, you gave them the question before?
No, not at all. You weren't prepared, but you showed that actually you were prepared. You answered the best, Amelia, Teodora, and Maria. You were the most active, and you answered the best. And of course, you will be granted a prize as well.
You receive a diploma as the best delegate of the public speaking contest.
Absolutely. As we've told you, congratulations. You, as those that were listening as well, get prizes.
Really, I'm proud to be part of this event.
Yes, I am as well. All these hours of hard work that we've invested, but you've invested as well. All the speakers and the listeners as well. We're proud to be here at Laude-Reut with all of you.
So, all of us, we will pray that we will be after the COVID-19 and we will be able to meet here in our high school.
Yes, hopefully.
In our studio.
Yes, without any masks or social distancing, hopefully to be here together as true ambassadors.
Yes. Due to the situation with the coronavirus, which make us unable to perform, to do what we want to do with our activities, we open a wonderful studio. So the studio is open for you, dearest.
Yes, hopefully it gets used and hopefully we'll get as much as possible out from it because we've seen the future. The future of ambassadors, the future of Romania is right here in our virtual classroom, all over 100 of you, listeners and participants alike. So without you, I'm not sure what our future would be. I don't know. But surely it would be worse.
If we have a few minutes and if our Sylvia, can you bring your message to our guests?
Yes.
How you grow up in our complex?
Yes, of course. First of all, it was an honor as an alumni of Laude-Reut and as a student myself of international relations to witness the preparatory steps of Romania's future generation of leaders, diplomats, and distinguished personalities in every sense. I was utterly impressed with your thorough, thought-out, exhaustive, fluid, and beautiful speeches. You have an English that is unparalleled. And this year's two-day ambassador just demonstrated that a pandemic is no match for visionary and such ambitious students of diplomacy. And I can tell you that this is just the beginning for all of you here. The sky is the limit. So thank you for partaking in this year's two-day ambassador. As for my journey, I graduated 4 years ago. So quite a while ago. Since then, I joined the University of Bucharest. I graduated the Department of International Relations and European Studies, and currently I am attending a master's in International Public Affairs. So my journey was summarized in that, but other than the formal part, after high school, you will have the chance to dabble with internship, just like I did, at the International Organization for Migration, for instance, or at various embassies. I myself joined the Korean embassy last year for a cultural initiative. But I can tell you from now, you are ambassadors in the making. You are the future generation of Romania's diplomats. So if there is a will, there is a way for you. And I can tell you that with your ambitious and spirited selves, you will reach far lengths.
So you think that if you will born again, you will choose our school, our high school?
Yes, yes, of course. It was a one in a lifetime opportunity attending the Laude-Reut educational complex. It's something that I will remember for the rest of my life, and it was something that was very formative for my education, for me as an individual.
Wonderful, wonderful to hear you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia, for being today, this evening with us.
Thank you.
An inspiring speech about alumni coming back and judging actual ambassadors and future ambassadors. Hopefully we'll have more alumni coming back in the future and sharing their knowledge with everyone.
We'd love.
We'd love to.
We encourage.
Yes, we do. Highly encourage that in the future. We see the link between the old and the new. The new always gathering new knowledge, new ideas, and overcoming difficulties like this COVID pandemic, and online speech is something that the others haven't had the chance for.
Wow.
Well, we see
incredible
on our screen something that we've been waiting for since the competition has started. And let me tell you, it's something quite interesting. Of course, these are the competition winners. Now, of course, as we've started off with the gymnasium cycle, we will start off with the gymnasium winners today as well. So, without any further ado, there are 3 winners for the gymnasium track and for the high school track. And we'll be presenting them one after another. For the gymnasium track, we had votes coming in from you and votes from our juries as well. And together, they made the vote and they created the numbers to show to us who was the best ambassador. The third, the second, and the first. All right. Well, I'd like to formally tell you, 3rd place in the gymnasium track with a number of 20 points, 12 points and 8 points respectively, representing Greece, Maria Belceanu. A round of applause, an excellent speech. Thank you very much, Maria. You are 3rd place in our top right now. 2nd place, you'll see something quite interesting with also 20 points, but the jury was the deciding factor in today's vote. So an extraordinarily close catch. That's why we also had some more time. And I told you I don't envy the judges today because these speeches were absolutely amazing. With 20 points representing Spain, Teodora Maria Ciobanu. Congratulations. Now, the last, most important, the winner from the gymnasium track with, and I want to say this with an open heart, 20 points. Still on the jury's decision. It was such an extraordinarily close competition. Representing Israel, Maria Kehayan. Congratulations to all the speakers from the gymnasium track. Congratulations to Maria Teodora and Maria for winners. Maria Kehayan, would you like to give us a couple of words about how you felt in this competition? How you feel that you've been chosen as the best ambassador for the gymnasium track? Maria Kehayan, a couple of words. Do you feel happy? Do you feel exhausted?
Great, now I can speak. Well, I was so nervous. I mean, I didn't know I could ever be so nervous. But if we weren't nervous, we wouldn't be humans. So I think, it showed me that I have a bigger limits, that I did reach my limits and I passed them. And I think it was great because it's a new experience and it will for sure help me in the future. But thank you so much. I really do.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maria. And a round of applause for all the participants from the gymnasium track as well, who did an excellent job. You've seen the points. You've seen how close they were.
And she deserves it.
Absolutely.
You deserve it, Maria.
Absolutely. My first place, last place were also quite the same. They were very close. Extraordinarily well done. Congratulations to everyone.
I have a question. Do you follow the Israeli ambassador to India? His Facebook?
Yeah, I actually started following him from the first session of the Ambassador from this year. And I admire him so much because it's like, that's how I found out that he visited Romania this holiday. And he just sees the traditions and everything. He also posts things about the traditional clothes from Laude-Reut. And I also seen that he visited the Sana monastery, and that's how I introduced them in my speech.
You know, Maria, I will ask you please to write in the Facebook that you are the winner. The first place.
Yeah.
You are the first place. Israel.
Yeah.
Equal. Equal. Okay, but for Israel is one. For Israel is one.
Yes.
You will write to the Israeli ambassador that you win this contest today and send him also your speech, okay?
Yes, thank you so much.
But you know, my suggestion is that each of you, the winners, will send to the embassies the speech. You know, it will be a great honor to see their reactions.
Absolutely.
I'm curious to see.
Yes.
Thank you.
To see their influence in our future, in you, the future of Romanian, the next ambassadors, hopefully.
I hope very, very much. The Israeli ambassador, I'm sure that you will answer. Absolutely. But I'm sure that the other embassies also will answer. So my idea is that all the winners that we send independently to the embassies the speech and to share with them your moment as an ambassador, not a permanent ambassador, but for 3 minutes. For 3 minutes being their ambassador.
For 3 minutes, an ambassador.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
It is amazing to see.
Absolutely. Thank you very much to all 3 winners of today's gymnasium track public speaking competition for today's ambassador. Thank you very much. Absolutely wonderful. And once our IT team and our calculators are done calculating the points, we will have the best speakers for the high school track as well. Hopefully not such a tight competition, but they were all absolutely great speakers. So I don't know about that. So let's see on the screen, on my screen at least, who will be the first places. Again, I repeat.
You know what? I want to mention where I'm from.
Okay, right.
Mention the school.
Yes. Third, let's mention as well to know where we're from, where we're talking from. Let's mention what school we are from. Maria Tihayan from representing Israel. What school do you represent?
Can you please repeat the question?
What school do you represent, Maria?
I represent the Laude-Reut school.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Second place, what school do you represent? Second place, Teodora Maria Ciobanu, Spain. What school do you represent?
I represent the Federico Garcia Lorca School.
All right. From what city is it? All right. Thank you very much. And Maria Belceanu, representing Greece. What school do you represent? From what city? If you can open your microphone so we can all know. Maria Belceanu. You're still here.
I represent Cesar Boliac School.
From what city?
Bucharest.
All right.
Bucharest.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very
So
wonderful.
we have 3 ambassadors from different schools.
From different schools?
Wonderful.
Absolutely wonderful. Good. Thank you very much. Now, moving forward with the high school track.
Very important.
Yes.
The 3 ambassadors from different schools.
Yes. Each school brought in the
Wonderful,
best. And it shows. Because we had amazing speeches and we had amazing juries and an amazing audience as well. So, once the points will be on screen, I'll be able to read them and all the anxiousness will slowly go away. Hopefully, we all been waiting for this moment for some hours and all our emotions will go down the drain. Whew, it's been a long day. All right, so 12th place. 12th place in the public speaking competition for the high school part goes to the representative of Spain, Brianna Dociu. Congratulations, Brianna.
Congratulations, Brianna.
An absolutely good job. 11th place goes to the representative of Israel, Yalin Zosmer. Congratulations, Yalin. An amazing speech and an awesome ambassador. 10th place goes to the representative of Greece, Maria Belceanu. 9th place goes to Canada, the Evelyn Yekel. We're getting in high numbers now. 8th place, Hungary, Bogdan Bodomoyu. Slowly getting to the first 3. But before that, we have 7th place representing Mexico, Maria Blaga. 6th place, I'm getting goosebumps right now because in 6th place we have the representative of Italy, Cristiana Tashko. Good job there. Now, going on to our 5th place from representing. 5th place representing Denmark. Tudor Grosso. We're getting into big numbers here. 4th place, 4th best public speaker today, representing the United Kingdom, Milinka Dumitrescu. And now, the first three winners of the high school public speaking competition track.
Congratulations, Thea.
Congratulations from France, Thea Hartenis.
Congratulations.
And now, second place. We had third place representing France, Thea Hartenis, and second place representing Russia, Romana Trushka.
Congratulations.
One more to go, ladies and gentlemen. The first place, the first speaker, the best ambassador at the Today Ambassador Public Speaking Competition today, with a final total of 11 points. Dara Nitsu, representing the United States of America.
Congratulations, Dara.
Congratulations, Dara. Being declared the winner from both the jury and you, the audiences, together, the United States of America. Dara Nitsu, an amazing ambassador, an amazing representative. Dara, please shed your emotions and tell us, give us a couple of words. Tell us, how do you feel? How was it for you? Are you happy? Are you tired?
Sure, I am obviously tired. It has been a long day. But I am very thankful both for the students' votes and the judges' votes. I do know that they kind of judge based on different criteria, but I was proud to represent the United States of America. It was a challenge, but one that I accepted with open arms. It was interesting to put myself in the shoes of an ambassador for 1 day or 2 days or however long it took me to do the research for this speech. And I hope that everyone leaves today, whatever place they ranked, whatever country they represented, always remembering why we are here for collaborative efforts to try to kind of emphasize what an important role diplomacy plays in today's world, especially cultural diplomacy, especially with today's conditions like the coronavirus that obviously everyone knows about. And again, thank you. It was a very exciting experience.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
I have a question. Do you work today? What are you doing today? Dara? Dara?
There you go. I unmuted myself now.
Are you looking to a position?
Well, I do want to pursue medicine in the future, but I do believe that whatever field I decide to go in, experience such as these will help me, no matter what career I choose to pursue. Knowing how to understand people at every and any level will surely help me to achieve my goals, any goals that I want to have, really.
Ambassador of United States to Romania today here in Bucharest. So there is a vacant position for you. He's waiting for you.
I would like to say that I was going to consider it, but I think I have different plans for my life.
It's too early, no? It's too early?
It is too early for me to know 100% what I want to do.
But you know, never it's early.
Yeah, never think, never. I know it's. I will
think about it.
I will think about it.
Right.
Thank you very much, Dara. But we would like to give the word to the second place speaker as well, because it was such a tight race. And everyone, of course, were absolutely amazing to our second winner from the high school track. Maybe a couple of words about how you feel, about how the competition was for you.
Should I start?
Yes, go ahead.
I am honestly surprised, and I would like to thank you, to thank this school and everyone for this opportunity that I have been given. I am quite surprised about my place, and I am quite thankful for this competition. And I hope I lived up to the expectations of this competition and of this school.
Thank you
Wonderful.
very much.
Thank you very, very much.
Absolutely wonderful. We've seen 21 absolutely great ambassadors. We've had to choose the best, but the best three, but all of them were absolutely amazing. All speeches were great. All speeches were wonderful. And we'd also like to hear a couple of words from France. Thea, tell us, how do you feel? How is it for you? Are you tired? Are you happy?
I am obviously very happy. I have to say that I wasn't expecting to win third place, but I'm thrilled to be able to say that I managed to get a message across to over 100 students today. So thank you for granting me this opportunity.
Wonderful. Thea, I think that you are, in the last years, you participated in the public speaking courses, no?
Last year I was also was supposed to be part of the Today Ambassador competition, but yes, I don't actually do public speaking. I'm on Real, but I have to say that thanks to our teachers, I did manage to achieve a lot of skills in this domain.
Wonderful. We congratulate you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thea. It's very important for us to know the first three speakers, because the first three speakers from the gymnasium track as well as from the high school track will move on the 9th of March to have...
9th of March. But you know what? I will ask the head of the jury, Octavian, to let you know. Octavian, do you hear me? Octavian? Our teacher.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Octavian, do you hear me?
On mute. Yeah, please.
Hi. You know, now we come to the end of this event. I will ask you, please, to let everybody know how you work, how you run, how you manage the jury, how you came to this result.
Yeah, it was extremely difficult. Of course, there were brilliant speeches about cultural diplomacy. It is amazing actually to see that the public was also very involved in answering actually the questions about some specific things in the speeches of the speakers. So it's amazing to see that I don't know, children actually heard about Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, Dickens, also old music, which is absolutely fantastic, old good music. I heard about I don't know, Rolling Stones, Pink Floyd, and so on. It is absolutely amazing to see that these kids actually know what we had in the past, and they actually put a lot of value in their speeches using these kind of examples. So again, huge congratulations for all the contestants. I think it was an absolutely outstanding competition. Maybe next year it will be even bigger than it was this year. So yeah, thank you very much. I also, I don't know, maybe Alina wants to add something, because she was also a very important member of the jury. Sylvia already spoke. They are, again, both great.
Yes, but you know what I am asking you is, if you, in few sentences, to explain the participants how we get this result.
Wow, it was a complex analysis. We actually take into account the originality, the way they delivered the speech, the content, of course, the level of analysis and synthesis. We had many criteria that we actually took into consideration.
And the points, how we got the points and the votes.
Yes, we actually deliberated between us, and yes, we managed to give you the final points. It was a process of negotiation, if you want, between Alina and Sylvia, and of course myself.
Who is Alina? Let the guests know who is Alina.
Alina, again, I told at the beginning, she is one of the best trainers from Ardor. And again, I think she will also, I don't know, if you want to say something, Alina, please, about your activity, I don't know.
I think that it is very important to hear you, Alina, too, to share with the guests, with all participants, how you got these results.
Yes, so it was very difficult for all of us to take a decision because all of the speeches were so good. So for all of us, there were a lot of speeches that had the same points, so we had to decide between them. It was pretty difficult. I think what mattered most was the connection that the students managed to make between the two countries. And I think that was one very important criterion. And also how well developed the content was, but also the presentation, how they managed to get their point across. So all of these mattered a lot in taking a decision. Now, I would also like to congratulate all of you. It was an immense pleasure for me to be here today and to judge this competition. And I should say that I'm pretty sad that I have just very few of you as students in my debating classes, because a lot of you are from mathematics or exact sciences. So unfortunately, I didn't know many of you, but maybe if you like this kind of opportunity to speak in public, and maybe you also like to argue, then I would love to meet you all in next year's debate club, because we also have a debate club for high school students that you can join if you like this kind of activity. So I'd like to work with you more. Thank you for this.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tova. An absolute amazing event. It was brilliant. I couldn't have thought of it any better. We've reached the conclusion of our competition. We have our 6 winners. We have our 9 winners with the quiz winners as well, the most attentive. Thank you very much.
So next meeting
will be on
the
9th of March.
9th of March at 4 o'clock. Don't forget.
Don't forget. Be there, support, and watch the best ambassadors in Romania that we have to offer.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much for being here. A round of applause for everyone watching at home on Facebook or WebEx. Thank you very much, and have an amazing night, have an amazing week, an amazing weekend. See you next time. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Goodbye.
Goodbye.